Not sure that everybody heard the announcement, but is now live on YouTube. Not sure that everybody heard the announcement, but is
So, morning, everybody. We're gonna recap this morning and just have, I'd say, just two major agenda items today. One is to pick up where we left off yesterday on the discussion for corner to corner scenarios, and then look for our next meeting day. So it's simple, right? Before we get rolling on that recap, the director is in Idaho and would like to address the committee. So we'll hand it over to Director Clark.
Good morning. Is my audio okay?
Yep, good. I'm great, Director.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. I'm coming to you from Boise, Idaho. We are attending the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies today and tomorrow, and actually for the rest of the most of the week. So I'm sorry that I'm not there in person, but I'm there in spirit. So I appreciate the work you guys have taken on. I just can't thank you enough, you guys, for your willingness to take on corner crossings and help us find potential solutions. It is a sticky issue. It's a challenging issue as we find ourselves, at the crossroads of two enormously important values to Montana. Private property rights, it's very much the foundation of what Montana is about. Coming up against public access, which is foundational to the heritage of Montana. These are very challenging times for us as these two profoundly important issues knock heads. And so I appreciate you guys taking on the challenge of helping us find potential solutions. You are poised, PLPW, you are the council that is poised to take this on. This is the foundation of what you guys do. And I'm looking really forward to what comes out of your meeting. I anticipate we'll hear from a lot of the public. I've put out quite a few calls asking people to share ideas, think creatively. Maybe there's something we haven't thought about. Maybe there's access programs that we need to enhance. Whatever that looks like. So with that, I would say as you contemplate the corner crossing issue, I'd ask you to think creatively, listen deeply, and do your very best to come up with some potential solutions. I know tackling world peace would probably be right up there with this, so I don't take for granted the task in front of you, but I do want to tell you how absolutely grateful that I am to you guys and for your work and to the staff and everybody that's made this happen. I'll be in meetings off and on. I will hop back on as I'm able today. Hopefully I can take in some of your meeting, but I just want to say I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I very much appreciate the work you all do.
Thank you, Director Clark. We're looking forward to the challenge, believe it or not. We made it through yesterday, and I think we had a good takeaway at the end of the day. And I think we're ready to do what we can to proffer some ideas that can be beneficial to both those issues that you addressed. I do think there's tools there, whether they have to be tweaked or whether they can apply as they are some way. But we're going to try to take a good hard look at how to apply those and offer some solutions here by the end of the day.
Sounds great.
You also have any comment or like? We have just a few minutes, Brad. Here none. Any other ideas from your side at this point?
No, I just appreciate it. There's a lot of interest in this, as you know. We've heard a lot. I've talked a lot. I'll be going on Voices of Montana with Tom Schultz later on this morning. Just bringing this up. There's a lot of awareness. There's a lot of attention on it. And we can't talk about lawsuits, so we talk about solutions, right? And that's what we're here to do. So I appreciate all your work again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, here we go.
Thanks, Director.
Thank you. So I thought we'd kind of throw out a little recap You know, I'm sure a number of you thought about that overnight. I talked to a few of you that didn't sleep much, thinking about turning off our little brains to take a good night's rest. But the couple things that came to me, and Craig and I were talking about this morning, you know, when we reviewed yesterday's programs and we looked at the success of those programs and try to put this whole thing in perspective, again, Montana has an incredibly impressive array of access programs that have provided tremendous opportunity for both private and public lands. We know that, we heard that a lot yesterday. We saw the results of that in numbers. And so I think through that, those relationships that have been established over all these years, and as Lee pointed out, the relationships that came before any formalized programs in Ask First, you know, those are all the heritage of Montana. And I think that neighborhood approach is where this has to go. So I think we can identify the problems and the obstacles and potential solutions, hopefully by the end of this day. Some other ideas and thoughts on just recapping yesterday. Any other insights? Okay. So, where do you guys want to start?
By noon.
By noon.
Or still there.
Yeah. Since you brought that up. Yeah, noon. So we got till noon with a working lunch, and then 1:45 is kind of hopefully our wrap up on this part, and then 2 o'clock for everybody's information. We'll have public comment 2 o'clock. And again, to go out and do the field tour. I don't know how that's gonna work. We're thinking it might still.
Somebody said the road was washed out there somewhere. I got a phone number from a guy called.
Okay. Well,
Dredge.
we don't want to make it stop raining necessarily. We sure like to get out there.
Like Willow Creek?
Well, I don't know what's washed out, but one of my cowboys said, yeah, he said the road was washed out, but it might be the one Gold Hill Ranch.
Oh, okay.
He probably doesn't need an excuse to get it approved in town. So,
Yeah. So we'll get there, huh?
heck, well, we can go this way.
We'll make,
We can go north, they go way up to the, get it to the lower area. That's the big lot of pavement. You guys would probably have about that time, you can teach one head. Well, get home.
No, that's great. So, what I might ask, is that we start with, you know, creating this, our solution, the Montana solution to what we've been, tasked. And to me, you know, we need to frame, you know, really what is the problem? So, I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I think we should state what the problem is. If we can flesh that out, to focus on going forward.
So we need access coordination. That's the point. It's not the issue.
sure.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, I'm hearing the question, so stop me if I'm out of order here, but. When you ask that, offer that insight, I think of some of the talking points that Dale brought forward at the end of the day yesterday, where he had some things that were in direct response to your conversation with a couple of individuals, where you posed the question, what stands, to paraphrase, what stands between today and that circumstance. So I wonder if that not really the problem, but pieces of the problem. And just as an idea to start a conversation, maybe some of the things that they brought up, and okay, what would be affixed to those things as they represent a piece of the issue. Don't know if that's, sorry if I'm out of order, Chair, but.
No, that's not it. I think,
But
no, well, that,
When you were talking about a starting point, we kind of hit on it yesterday, but I think it would really be beneficial to really dig deep into who are the affected parties here. I mean, we kind of hit on it, but I think we did not go nearly deep enough into that. And when you talk about Montanans, and you talk about sportsmen, what does that truly mean? I mean, that's a pretty broad umbrella. And as I was thinking through that yesterday, I just think there's more. Yeah, and again, they fall under Montanans or sportsmen or whatever, but I just think there's probably, we need to think about some of the people that may not be quite as obvious.
Okay. Renee, you
Yes.
wanna do that? So
You want-
to talk about stakeholders,
Do you want me to write it down on a whiteboard so you guys can start to see what we're talking about? Sure.
yeah, I think that would be great.
These, sir.
No, just leave this. Yep.
Yeah. So which one do you want to start with?
We can start with any, but let's start with the landowners, and I mean the landowners that own the ranching or the farm or ranch lands. I mean, I think when we start talking about landowners, it's easy to just say, oh, who we're talking about are the people that run the cows out there or grow the wheat, but is that really everybody? And I don't know if it is or not, but certainly the people that have the adjacent public land or the adjacent private land are part of the landowners. But there may be adjacent landowners. There may be landowners that are not directly impacted, quote, quote, and when I say directly impacted, that their airspace may not be crossed upon, but there's landowners out there that certainly have very strong opinions about this. And what's the impact to them? I mean, it may not be monetary, but it certainly may be an attitude and a reaction that impacts sports persons and other people. And again, it's easy to play on that airspace is, and I'm not debating this, but that airspace is we're not hurting anything. Okay, you have those people that you may be going through their airspace, but what about those other people that are 10 miles away that are just really irritated about this whole discussion? And how do we engage them? How do we make sure that they are listened to?
Would you lump the lessee to that conversation as well? When you're talking about landowners?
Well, in many cases, it's going to be one and the same, but I think lessees very much need to also be another category. And when I say lessees, I'm talking about federal or state, generally rich, maybe lessees.
Typically, yeah.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
It's
Cody.
So wait, I'm missing one though. Okay, we have the adjacent, the landowners that own adjacent public land, the lessees, and then you were talking about another category. How do I capture that in
Would
one?
you just call that neighbors? Yeah, I mean, just count.
Maybe just other resident or other Montana landowners. So because they may not even, I mean, they may be a long way off, but are certainly have strong opinions about this. When we talk about lessees, it may not just be the person that you are stepping from. I mean, it could be if you have corners of the public lands, very often it could be the same lessee, but it could be different lessees. But you could also have an individual corner crosses, gets onto that public land, they walk in a certain amount of distance and it's a fence. And now you have a whole nother lessee out there. And what does that mean to them? I mean, one of the arguments for the low grazing fees that are charged federal grazing lessees is that you put up with a certain amount of the public. And that's understood, but for those people that have not, that's not been a normal part of the ranch operation. You have to start maintaining fences because now people are crawling over them, or they're hunting an area that was their lean pasture, and all of a sudden the calves and cows are running off or whatever, and running pounds off of them. I just don't think we can discount them and not at least think about what that impact might be to those people.
Lee?
In 1979, the U.S. Department of Interior designated a whole bunch of wilderness study areas. There's a big one up there. It's in the center of our ranch. Okay, and so there was no collaboration or any of that kind of stuff. We have some deeded land that's in the middle of this wilderness study area. And so I think you just have to get used to it. And it's still in limbo. You know, there's still study or whatever, but it still has that designation. And so there's hunters like it because that's when the deer all come down out of Canada to spend the winter. And so there's guys that walk out in there. So first, I think we need to pick up the thing up. So the corner crossing will be no more of a straddle. It's going to corner cross. And then, you know, set up some guidelines so that we can take it to somebody. Maybe one of the guys, you're never going to be able to solve everybody's problems because there's 48 the BLM. I think Chris said there was some 40 of BLM in the Bear Pod that are totally surrounded by. We have much of that over in these other adjoining counties too. And I think you just got to start out with something that this is the way we perceive it. That it'll be non-motorized, non-wheeled stuff, similar to a wilderness area. And then start from there, because there's no way that we're going to be able to figure out which average scenario there is in the great state of Montana.
Yeah.
So we just have to kind of come up with a guideline.
Paul?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yeah. I think if what Dale is saying is that we need to get hear from some other non-traditional, non-block management type landowners, maybe even some block management landowners that have an opinion on this. I think our agenda item today is to increase landowner participation. But if we don't have landowners come to the table or come to this council, we really don't know what they're thinking. I mean, we can guess. I talk to a lot of landowners and I know kind of what some of them are thinking, but I think we need to have a better representation at these meetings of landowners if we expect to ever get their feelings put into this council's input.
Okay, Paul, thanks. So I appreciate that comment, Paul, but it's now and today. And so we do have landowners on this council, and they're what we have to represent, and they're very thoughtful and considering of the various issues and ramifications about what we're talking about. So we need to focus on it in here today. So I just want to add one thing when you're talking about landowner, I think when this started and we see some of these comments that are being made attacking, it occurs to me, what is that? Yeah, there's that. There's those issues around the corner point. but look at the landowner composition. You know, we haven't talked about who was a landowner. Now, here's a landowner in his family.
You don't have any checkerboard. But no real, but we do have, there's homestead.
Yeah,
They were in the wilderness study area and all that, and it's just treated like it's wilderness. And, you know,
Yeah.
we do a block management thing for whatever's out there, and we go to books, and most of them can't pack their beer that far anyway. So, if there's a lot of guys come from the state and stuff, you'll see them clear the hell out in there, 5-6 miles out into the bowling out of the buck. And so I don't know, I think we just need to set up some potential parameters of what we see that might be a starting point. And then ask for the information, we're not gonna say today.
yeah. We are. With this group, we will have some kind of solution. But Lee, my point is, you're a traditional, long-term historic. That's one type of land.
Yeah,
And you have a set of values, and I think the fact is we have all these different types of landowners.
Sure.
And and so my concern with what's happened is all landowners are landowners. So they're either good or bad, and that's the problem we have, this perception, and that's just not right. And so I think looking at the types of landowners we have and how that has changed over time, and then not as a problem, but how to address that need that landowner might have. You know, some of those needs are, as you stated, Dale, specific to the corner and what's going to happen to allow a corner access, right?
Mr. Chairman, this might take it one step further, had these discussions before, but sometimes we use these terms as they're mutually exclusive if they're not. Land could be a land, other could be a land, out there could be a land. We use those kind of things, and I think inadvertently we're creating barriers and don't necessarily need to be there, because I think there's a lot of commonality in all of it. And it's, anyway, I'm not trying to derail what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think it's worth chatting.
Yeah.
Build the silence.
Other thoughts on the landowners?
never bring neighbors away. If you don't have a house. You have the same circumstance, the private property right applies to that, unless you're renting an apartment, you know, so it's fine. So, but we're talking about access to the public site. What we're trying to do. It's not, just because I lease it doesn't mean I control. It's available, there shouldn't.
Additional input on landowners as stakeholders.
You also maybe, obviously, if you haven't thought about it, you're not always talking about a corner cross issue. Public, private, but two different landowners. And one that's willing to work with and one that's with corner crossing situations. And then, you know, like Dave said yesterday, with corner crossing, which is, the private corner crossing, not the public. And that's another issue. And when what that would do with even private. But there is that, working with two different landowners, when they get along, they not get along. So that's another challenge. And even if if they did a pallet thing with a corner crossing issue, you pay one and not pay the other. Just curious.
So multiple landowners involved with different.
And there's a possibility they don't like each other.
Most guys, that's all.
Yeah, these relationships are complicated, not only, what you were saying, Craig, public is private, and like private is private, and various opinions within the public too.
Yeah.
And nuanced opinions within private. I talked to a large landowner the other day who was that it was illegal, which was his right to think that way. But he was also very adamant that if somebody came to his door and knocked on the door and asked for permission to cross a back lane, that person was extremely willing to grant that permission. So even though they thought it was illegal, they were very much still willing, because of their traditional values, to allow access still. And again, we're gonna find all sorts of varying opinions on expecting with every different person.
Well, I think, as you're saying that, Ruben, I think, the hunters who buy land, and that's part of this complication too. So the hunters who buy a section to hunt or less, and then this whole, in terms of the legal argument, and we're not going there, obviously, but the public landowners that want to hunt the public land, they consider that their ownership, which
Right.
is
You don't understand.
yeah, so I think that's the complexity, you know, I have an acquaintance who's just the opposite. He has a section of land and he says it should be legal. But now that he has a section of land,
Yeah.
he doesn't want anybody on that. So that's kind of the dynamic of the challenge we have, but Chris, to your point, I think we step get beyond that and we'll offer some solutions, and they're gonna be able to help part of it. You know, as we saw yesterday, what are we shaking down to? You know, we've shook down to 600 and what? 628,000 potentially landlocked acres due to this issue. And this is the one issue we want to focus on, just this one. I mean, fortunately, the others have been resolved in a fairly substantial manner. And I think everybody here has expressed their interest in keeping those secure. While we discuss this, we still account for the fact that we've got great access programs that have secured great numbers of access. And how do we address this one and gain some more access, knowing we won't get the last acre? It's just, it may be somebody's desire, but as you stated, Lee, we won't get it. We'll get somewhere. And
We have a state land that purchased a ranch that be 93,000 acres. And he moved out here from North Carolina, and he was a hunter. And he thought that he could just control the access to it, and spent 25 years on the Eastern Ranch. He's finally figured it out. Then a bunch of these guys, you know, and it doesn't matter how big your ranch is, you're not gonna keep that big buck in there, because when the lot starts, they leave. And he's finally figured that out. I think, I just basically from my opinion, to Travis, and there anybody that down there that has one of those big bucks and checking and stuff, that would be interested in doing something on a okay, you know, you guys know those ranches down there. Is there any of them that would be interested to try to go with a typical deal? As long as we don't put them on the map and send every block of management guys to the country down there to hunt it. Is there anybody that would be interested in being a? Yes. Dale?
there might be.
Is there anybody that's got check the boards and block or anything, like? With all that.
Block management.
Yeah, but they're. If you needed some, come up with some kind of a.
So,
Pilot, no.
so what I would suggest is, let's flush out any other stakeholders, and then we can move into obstacle. As an example, or conditions to consider. So, in regards to stakeholders, other stakeholders, we've got landowners somewhat fleshed out here. No, I mean, the next one is public. I mean, we have landowners, any other types of landowners that might change the considerations? Or we good? Go ahead, Donna.
Are any of these parcels near timber companies? Do we know if they're gonna affect any timber companies?
Yeah, I would think up in northwestern Montana. Corporate.
I would dare say there was an example where every region with almost any sort of landowner to the cool, you could conjure up the example somewhere.
Okay. Others?
I mean, realistically, you've got to put it on there that public landowners, I mean, it's their land, so it's our land, so it's, at some point, it is a landowner, is.
Yes.
The public landowners, I mean, they do have a. Land, they're a landowner, we all are.
Kind of the central question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna do a private landowner category and then a public landowner? Or is that all in one?
And that's kind of the two main separate categories. I guess private, corporate,
Yeah.
public.
So add it as a subset under
Sure.
public.
Okay. You know, it's just a matter of getting this in our head. There's, you know, Lee, are you a public landowner?
Well, what are you, 350 million dollars? I don't think so.
Okay, you're a landowner.
Yeah,
But you're a public landowner. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We good with that? Okay, so then I think, you know, what, I guess, what are some of the considerations when we're looking at a type of land, right? I think we could just focus on the ones that fit this category, you know, keep one in mind. What are the issues? You know, what are the, I guess, obstacles or issues to address in addressing one of these programs? Rich?
Well, once we identify the corners that we're talking about accessing, my big question would be, are there pins at those corners? And I mean, how many corners are fenced, or how many corners, say there's a 4 corner set situation, is it exactly on a pin? Or like in some of our country, many of the corners are on rocky cliff. I mean, I feel like we have there's a small percentage of land that we're talking about here, where we can access them through a corner. There's also, you subtract all the places that would be literally impossible. Sure. Or extremely difficult to cross. How many of these corners are pinned exactly, you know? And who would be taxed to locate these? That's a big problem, I see.
Sure. Then to your point, Rich, like you're trying to solve like really a really specific problem. And I think what we can do potentially is come up with a really broad solution that gives these access managers a tool that then if they have a willing landowner that comes forward, because again, that's where it starts. If a willing landowner wants to participate, if that willing landowner comes forward to them, they can then take this tool and they can mold it to work with whatever scenario is thrown away. So that if there is a weird scenario like that, or a difficult scenario like that, they can be flexible and they can create an easement or some sort of agreement that is not necessarily at that difficult point. It could be somewhere else near that.
Yeah.
So to your question, though, Rich, I think we should establish, you know, do we have some sort of idea of what percentage of corners are marked accurately and established or accurately identified on map? You know, so that we have the resources to determine that, but you know, Dale, you spent a lot of time on the BLM side of it, you know, in your experience, how many of those corners are marked? And I know you can't get into an exact number, but how many corners are marked, how accurate are they? And how close are map lines, let's say, on and off?
Well, that question I can't answer. I can't tell you the accuracy of on it. But I will say this, that I use Onyx on a regular basis, but I do know from Onyx and Garmin, when you would open up their site, they would have a disclaimer that said, you know, because of satellites or whatever, that, you know, that some days you're 7 feet off, some days you're 5, you know, on margin of error, 5 feet or 9 feet or whatever it is. So they have that disclaimer on there. In terms of how many of the corners are marked, it's my experience that the majority of true second corners are marked. Now, not all of them have the USGS 4-inch posts in the ground. Some of them have rocks or, you know, there's some of the old surveyors have rocked other ways to identify a corner. Unless you're knowledgeable of that, you would walk right by it and not know where it is. The other thing I would find is a lot of the country that I worked in, the quarter corners, which means that the half a mile mark were monumented. But there's a lot of places where you get down finer than that, and they're not marked. In terms of the legality of them, and I'm not going to say this exactly right, I would need to check with the USGS person, but as I remember, if there's a monument that was put in place by USGS, it is a legal mark, even if it's, I mean, they can ask for a resurvey, but if it's any mark, it is considered to be a legal mark. And again, it's been long enough since I dealt in that world, so I can't say that definitively, but I do believe there is some truth to that.
Thank you. Any other input in that? No. Donna?
Thank you. The fences and blocks of property, how we look at it today in a whole different generation than when my grandfather had the land. We have funky little marks through our property where the neighbor could not get his sheep to the river. So my grandfather and him shook hands, made a triangle that goes down to the river. So we have this weird little piece in the middle of our property where that happens. And you know, that's going to be statewide. Fences are not going to be true. There's going to be places that are not going to even be fenced. I mean, when we were fencing on a rocky ground, we're 300 yards from our actual border because I couldn't put a fence. We couldn't, you know, my grandfather couldn't put a fence there. And so how we look at land today is different at how our previous generations looked at it. And many of these fences are over 100 years old. So as we look at this issue, many of these parcels are going to need to be surveyed. And for us to figure that out right now is very difficult. I think if we can figure out a solution that works for landowners and sportsmen, and if there's a corner, are we going to find the exact corner? Are they going to walk through the exact corner? No. You know, it's just something we're going to have to deal in the big picture right now and then nail down to how much of that corner can they cross through. So I know we can't follow fences. A lot of this would have to probably be resurveyed, in my opinion. So thank you.
Thanks, Donna.
Let me speak to Donna's comment. You know, she's spot on. I mean, in the world that I live in, sure, there are a lot of fences that fall in line, but with the terrain and the deep coolings, it was a handshake agreement. But the idea that there's going to be the personnel and the money to go in and resurvey and put in posts, I just don't think it's going to happen. And that's where I think it's our biggest challenge as a council, is to provide recommendations to the department that they can present to potential cooperating landowners to say, yeah, we know the fence isn't on corner, we know that the corner may be in the bottom of this really deep coulee or on the side of a very sheer hill. But I think it's our responsibility to recognize that and potentially provide some solutions that the department could use, and then go and talk to some of these landowners.
Other comment on that?
Yeah, start with cooperation. If we try to come up with something that, stuff on the state of Montana, it won't work. We gotta start with, what can you do?
Violent.
Yeah, find somebody that, well, they has just check the board deal. He was a block management guy, so they already wants to do it. And then find out some way to compensate. And try and take a step at a time, instead of trying to get one that should stuff over the whole state of Montana.
So you said pilot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chairman, I was to add to that conversation, maybe, talking to block management folks from Fishwater Parks or Max Health. Totally understand that. The job they do is remarkable. And I'm wondering if this isn't something that we can throw out to the local run and gun clubs, for example, when you have them begin to kind of, the question to the agency was, well, do you have a prioritized list of some of these locations that we even started talking about some kind of treatments? And kind of going back to us, we're kind of pretty busy, or you don't necessarily have a list. But maybe these different local groups, you can start local, and they can begin to have, maybe they've had conversations already that some of these locations may come up. There may have been, issues for years, or maybe they're in these locations where we have really problematic and challenging elk or deer population management issues that we could focus on those kind of places to get hunter access to. So just maybe those kind of things to begin. And then we can talk about programs that you may want to end up applying to that, but maybe it's outside the agency and trying to go to the public and have them actually bring some of the locations to the agency to work on.
So we're talking about two problems to solve. The issue of potential staffing limitations to do that, and so an option for that. And then before we jump step, I'm just trying to clear in my mind. And then with Dale's conversation and Lee's, maybe where there's a known pin, great, you got it. And you can use that as a mark. But as we know that many of them are not going to be there, or there's other circumstances as Donna described, the two options might be, and maybe there's third or one, if there's a known pin, that can be a point of access that can be created. If there's not, then I think you can just create a point of access that's agreed upon by that party for this purpose, right? So to me, in terms of the obstacle to the point of access, it's one or the other. If you got a pin, you got a pin. If you don't, and maybe you don't even need a pin, because if you create a point of access that's agreed upon, you can create it, whether there's a pin or not. Yep. Right. Yep.
I think I've heard a couple times, Dale and Donna and other landowners, we keep talking about these handshakes with your neighbor and working through issues. And I think we keep forgetting that landowners and public landowners are also neighbors. So we need to start working together and having those handshakes and being neighborly to each other. I think that reminder on both parties will help facilitate some of these issues and help us work through them. If we remember we are neighbors, whether we're public landowners or private neighbors.
Yeah, it was Mr. Chair, it was interesting, again, to Don's point, how some of those fences are off, and so getting to consequences. I really tried to wrap my brain last night around what are some of the things we aren't thinking about or seeing, and one of them is surveying, and one of them are these fence lines, and realizing that private landowners have been probably trespassing on or off their neighbors' private land for a long, for generations as well. So again, that unintended consequence bubbling up to the surface now is interesting.
I'm probably the two ranches that set up, we have 100 miles of fence, dog in and everything. I don't think hardly any of it's online. But if we're trying to solve the problem there, then we come up with a way to get landowners to cooperate to allow corner crossing. Talking about surveying and everything else. We don't do a thing. I mean, because they've already agreed upon. To use your GPS. Okay, and that's and that's what you do anyway when you hunt animals. I mean, I don't think a landowner, maybe the landowner right now is gonna be upset with using the GPS and the fence is online and you're arguing on the fact that you stepped this far over when you're hunting. So any of this surveying stuff, fences and everything else is not even in the discussion. If we get to a point where we come up with an idea of compensating landowners to corner these, and if it's two different landowners in public land, just say, go 10 feet to the left on my stuff, go to GPS.
It's a moot point if you have people that agree and understand that they.
If you want to.
This makes sense.
Anybody in anything, surveying wise, you don't have to survey, you got office.
I would rather
If
pay.
you don't, need to go home.
I'd rather pay the landowner those monies rather than pay a survey company to go out and mark thousands of corners.
Yeah, as you're talking about that, if you wait or do a court opinion, whenever that comes. You gotta survey. Yeah, to apply that. So we can be ahead of that very readily. We can bypass the system to implement before all that. And maybe it's the ultimate all better solution. And does that make sense?
It's if we eliminate the legal side of corner crossing, we're eliminating a huge problem of landlords saying, you're gonna have to survey this, which is because I'm telling you, there's no fence lines, there's,
I could see a world where this is potentially legal down the road and we still have an access program that tackles this corner piece to still work with landowners again in an amicable way that makes everybody mostly happy. Absolutely. Yeah.
Great.
If you took programs that Jason outlined, yes. All we have about 90 one year or another, and you just took the one that gave you the most flexibility to live with this stuff first. Get back to Lee's idea of a fire thing, it's like, we're just trying to figure out how to make this like most successful foot forward, right? And like, so why not just throwing it out? Why not start with something like that? Where your hands are at least tied with the money, be able to use the money and go forward. As a committee recommendation, that we start something somewhere like that. So we allow you the most flexibility in people in the field, and we have money in the pot to start something.
Jump in, I think it was Craig that offered sportsmen's clubs, and I was just wondering if that's captured in public landowners or public, or that's stakeholders.
I think they are a stakeholder. I think they're more of a potential solution to an obstacle, which is identifying program application.
So
that
that role, so they would be on this list or not? That entity.
I feel like it's maybe a solution to a barrier, an identified barrier.
To me, that's obstacles.
Although I'm not gonna put a lance in the ground in any way.
And a curiosity question for me,
Yes.
They are stakeholders, but
You guys are jumping around a bit.
well,
So really, you guys are talking about stakeholders, but it's bringing up problems and solutions, so I'm kind of keeping
Yeah.
track. I feel like we could switch to the
Yeah,
next one.
let's,
The next
I
group
think
was
it's
Nicole.
gonna into that. Let's see,
So Renee, I know what my parents. Hang
hang on, Dave. I see Dave has his hand, so if you wanna, are we gonna hang that?
Yeah.
You're not gonna wreck his big wall.
No, I can write on it.
Dave?
Thank you, Chairman. If and when the legislature or the courts make corner crossings legal, I think you will find a lot of landowners are easy to work with as to find a place to cross. There's going to be those that are going to fight it to the bitter end, but a lot of the landowners will agree upon a mutual place to cross. And I think that is a little bit overblown. One other comment that I would like to make, if you want as an incentive to get landowners to allow corner crossings now, before it is made legal, could it be that if you could set up a public land access agreement where they allow corner crossings, if the courts or the legislature down the road make corner crossings legal, they would still get paid for an additional 10 years? Would that be an incentive to get landowners to allow corner crossings now? Thank you.
Good questions. Yeah, in theory, yes, they could have a perpetual easement for well beyond 10 years, because again, if we look at these programs, they address private property. Okay, so the easement still could be through that private property. So even though that corner is legal, it falls under the definition in some of these places as under accessible. And so, yeah, to his point, a landowner could absolutely still have a role in something. And if you look at just how,
Yeah,
yeah,
like good fire drainage, you know, there was 100,000 acres out there that have. The roads go down the ridges. And they go to each needed land, and Whitmire grading gave that away for the block management fees forever. Until the ballot came. And so the access road was already there, it went, because somebody lived there once a long time ago, the road went right to that. And so that solved that, and then they got some money to help do some things. There were 30-some guys that day, and they kept it out of the American Prairie and all that stuff. And so I think maybe the ballot deal, if you've got 10 sections of BLM and then 20 sections deeded, and you want to be part of it, then why couldn't we handle it in a similar way? And instead of finding the corners, there's probably roads out there already.
yeah.
That's a lot of access.
Thanks, Lee. Obstacles.
Chair, I do have a question about stakeholder, landowner piece, and there's lessees. Is there another group? So I'm thinking of state lands, and I'm questioning periodically, is there another group that's different from a lessee, as I understand us to be talking about lessee? So I'm thinking about an individual that has a commercial use permit that is for trapping. And that person has access to public lands, maybe in a situation for their individual circumstance or relationship with the landowner, pursues that permit because they have access. And I just wonder in the context of stakeholder, if that sort of entity is another entity to think about. Yeah. I don't know if that'd be lessee / permittee or maybe two separate categories.
There's a guy had a traffic on a big block of state land, which is up here. And then he had a side trucks. And we were up in Canada. He was taking his tracks and going on the roads through the Bitter Creek Wilderness Study, and everybody thought he was poaching. Because you don't go out fire with it. It's just certain individuals that's the hunters. As soon as some of those items will want to go because they think the guys are sequestering the game. So once you get a willing participant, then you're going to get all the guys out of the village to see what the hell is out there. So we got to regulate that somehow too, or else it would fall right flat on his butt.
Greg, you want to pick up on where you were with any obstacle or?
Do you want to go to obstacle?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
So, again, obstacle to sign up or offer a program or access in a corner application. What are obstacles for, in this case, landowners at this point, whichever type of landowner we might be thinking of?
Do you want me to repeat back what I've heard so
Yep.
far?
Yep.
So I've heard changing types and differing perspectives of landowners. I've heard, unmapped survey corners and boundaries and the cost of having to complete that. And then staffing limitations. Or do you want me to add those to the list?
Maybe those three. The staffing and the and mapping. But again, what other obstacles would keep someone from wanting to sign up? We're talking about, maybe one more we talked about that we didn't know is neighbor conflict, neighbor clash.
You want me to add that one?
Yeah,
So
please. Neighbor. Relationship. Yeah, relationships.
To be honest, not even that, just natural obstacles, like trees or cliffs.
Physical
or
obstacles.
Physical obstacles. That just occur.
Mhm. What else? We talked about, what about prescriptive access?
That's gonna be written.
You have to protect these right owners.
Everybody knows.
Create the prescriptive.
Oh, yes, which is bringing on to things already.
It is in some of our programs, but I think making clear to somebody that signs up on one of those programs.
Yep.
This eliminates that risk of creating a prescriptive.
This is temporary.
Yes, temporary.
And then whatever, somebody said something about getting sued. You know, like when you go to maybe
Liability.
like there's a little sign that says, enter at your own risk. You know,
Which is also written in
All of these programs. Address that.
Yeah.
All these programs offer that indemnification. Not right. Yeah. And I think a couple of those people aren't aware.
Right.
The indemnification is kind of a big deal. Yeah.
I talked to a landlord the other day about an EHA, and those were his two main concerns were prescriptive easements and liability. It was like, hey, you're good, like this agency, $100 million, whatever agency, you guys all right, like, you got this covered. How many million should I throw this? Is that right? I don't know.
The Montana recreational liability law protects any private thing who's providing public access unless they're receiving valuable consideration. So in our case, with our programs, it's explicit that they're still covered through the recreational liability law, even though they're getting payments. But any other private landowner who is providing public access is covered. So as long as there's not valuable consideration exchange, and that's just a recreational liability.
Thanks. We still have obstacles to landowners signing. Okay.
Yeah.
One of us. Well, like I heard yesterday, it's not necessarily a landowner thing, but we have a lot of hunters that have these identified that don't really want company. Can't help that. Yeah, it was, yeah,
I get that.
yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
That's, I can't, that, thank you.
you know, what an obstacle might be is timing. It depends on, well, will it be a yearly pass through or? And who can use it, because it's very fun, long term for.
I think it was Lee. Is it okay if it's long? Is that enough? If it's limited to walk-in only, is that enough?
To me, that is where. And to me, it's just like the block management agreements. I mean, you go to that cooperator, and that cooperator may say. You know what, there's a 2-track trail that comes through here. And I don't have a problem with there. I'd hate to come in and say, yes, it's limited just to walk-in hunting, because I think then. You take away some of the autonomy of those individual cooperators, and there may be some out there that said, I just don't have a problem under dry conditions for you driving this 2-track trail. And I'd hate to close the door and just say walking.
Like, would it be acceptable to say walk-in only unless the leasing agrees to other? I mean, it's a block, that's a block condition anyway, but.
Well, and then that really goes down to what kind of a corridor are you looking? I mean, if you're looking at we'll identify a 3-foot corridor for you to walk through, you're not gonna drive through it. And so that's what I think, it really needs to be tailored to the individual cooperator.
Yeah, I think the importance of not leading with your walking language and just leaving it for the discretion of the administrator and the random of the cooperator. And just to that point, because there are lots of different ways to motorize something, whether that's an electric motor on an e-bike or a 4-wheeler or a horse or however you want to get in there. Let's look at the other side.
Because person that identified as a handicap hunter yesterday, that's a whole.
She might have a motorized chair with that's built for that.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, realistically, I know we're talking about this and we're talking about agreements on the landowner, but if we're truly talking about corner to corner crossing, there's land use rules, so you can't just drive or.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these things.
Also,
So I mean, there's rules in place too for the.
there has to happen to be a road at that corner for there to even be vehicle access in the first place.
Correct.
so how does that work where you create this access and this piece of the NRC that first access is on, and then it corners to a deal? How do those varying agencies, does that matter or create an account, or does it?
Well, it definitely does, and the one thing, the vehicular use rules on DNRC land are very different than BLM. And I think both of them. Both agencies. Prohibit off-road, off-trail vehicle use.
Yep.
Now, a lot of DNRC lands, though, even the 2-track trails are closed to recreational driving. The BLM are not. If it's an established trail, and unless it's designated as closed, it's open for driving. However, if you have to go through a piece of private or a piece of DNRC land to get there, just because that trail continues on to BLM, unless it's been designated open, say by DNRC, you don't have the authority to drive across it to access the trail, or the trail that continues on to BLM.
So when you look at the other programs, ALA or block that include those types of lands, do they just apply as they apply, or do they get clarified with whatever restrictions necessary?
We work with the public land agencies that they're accessing. So with some of these BLM do have travel planning. So we work with the trailers to identify routes that are open, even if they're classified, and we look at them.
And isn't it also true, Jason, that there are DNRC lands that are in block management that if it's agreeable to the DNRC office and the permittee, those trails that would normally be closed otherwise are open to the hunter use?
Yeah, I'd have to clarify with Reed. I think Travis said, yeah.
We have an agreement with the NRC for if parcel is enrolled in block management, if that lessee is going to allow authorized access.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
You know, by default, most of them are going to be walking.
Jason, ignorant question. Does the DNRC have an access program?
DNRC has a MT plan, they call it. It's doing the same thing, usually on a 3-year to perpetual easement. All of their expenditures run to the landlord. And to my knowledge, to date, they don't have any agreements, but I believe it's 2018 MT plans. The Montana Public Lands Access Network came through, and so when you're buying your licenses, there's an option to donate to MT plan.
So, follow-up question, I heard that, please, any of the time the project that brought before then, or anything that
I don't believe they've had any projects today. But I can confirm that.
yes, that would be, yeah, like. Maybe we include something like that, or making it a little more activity,
So let's sideboard that, to it, I think. Dude, this is funded.
They have some minimal funding. There were some organizations that kind of did a Kickstarter to help start it off, and then it's the rest of it's just donation funding.
Thank you.
But it's not funded at the level of FWB.
Yeah,
sure.
So you have a road, you're like the big block up there. There's a full fire line that goes through your access on ranches. And the DNRC made that, put an easement on that called Langen Spur. Bunch of old 2-track, all the shop. And we kind of try to keep it up, but they do have some easements that they have established to make a way into the Midland. But I think once you get there, then you're on foot.
So Greg, do you want to make that recommendation to look at that on the, not us, on the landlord side?
You bet, yeah, so.
So that might be a
solution.
Yeah, we make, this council would make the recommendation to the landlord to look at that opportunity if it applies.
Yeah, might as well swing for the fence, so it's.
Like I said, that's like proves expenditures.
So who looks at using?
Can we swing for the fence and say maybe also look at the level at which it's funded?
Think about
That will be.
On state land, that's the details. And so. They were having to look out, you figure, see if it's included or not included in some of the credit.
I don't want to be distracted by it, but how do we correct that? To have it looked at?
Well, I think it could be under your solutions discussion. Your
Okay.
recommendation, maybe, let Jason reach out to DNRC to find out the status. Yeah, the first step, getting more information about it.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we're still on obstacles. I think there's some obvious obstacles that we can talk about in all the other programs. That occur. So yeah, we'll have to look at these for funding. We'll open up one and folks go in.
Well. I'm not saying, I'm not sure this is an obstacle, but. If we could. Lay away, and I think it's all this stuff kind of filtered through. Becomes a bit of an issue with. We already have elk distribution issues. This kind of perpetuate that and inflame it even more as we lose elk presence on the public accessible land and on the more private land. It's the hunter is less. Was wondering about that. You can make the argument that you were opening more public lands, so maybe it's actually lessening that in places, but. Layers of managing elks, and as you start to add under pressure, things change. There's a dynamic there. Quinn can speak to this way better than I, it becomes a challenge.
So it's a wildlife concern. How does that help wildlife management? Yeah. Kind of the central thing. Is that?
I'm gonna throw out something random, but what about hunter distribution? I mean, with most of these farm crossings are in the central and eastern part of the state. We already have that we have region 1 and 2 that is experiencing such bad habitat loss between all the blowdown and wolves and predators. How much more are, because we're ignoring their land and not helping with funding, cleaning up the public land we already own on the western half of the state? How much of those folks are just gonna keep migrating out east and putting more and more pressure on the eastern side of the state? That's one of the biggest complaints. Is Region 6 and Region 7 are experiencing huge spikes.
All the
Under pressure.
county license plates that show up, they're not seasoned. And when you're talking about a section, alternate sections. So whatever happens on that public section is gonna impact the adjoining private land. Sides of the same guy or whatever. So there's gotta be some way to regulate the public participation in that stuff. Or there won't be anything there.
That's interesting, because I thought it would actually help with hunter distribution.
I think so too. I think to a degree it will definitely, because it'll unlock more lands, obviously, so that's more, but again, I think we a lot of times forget the western half of the state and the public land we already have, and so because we're not doing anything about that land to help the habitat there, then we just are gonna keep pushing more and more hunters to the eastern side of the state. And again, we're talking about 600,000 acres. That really isn't that huge of a number.
What'd you say?
600,000.
Sorry.
And it's not, and I'm not gonna say that as
No,
just only, because it is a big deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, it's something we're fighting for, so. I'm just saying that is one of the obstacles to consider is.
So let licensing deal with that.
Agreed.
So you're talking about controlling the access a bit.
Yeah.
So let me throw something at you. So there's a block management near us that it's assigned. And once there's 6, it's closed on the day. And I think if you look at these, if it's a section, what should it be?
One.
You know, I mean, if it's a urban section, then it's a morning and afternoon and evening, I don't know. But I do think that's one of the obstacles is how many go in? You know, does it open up to 20,000 acres or is it one section? Or is it open to 3? And we talked about this in block with the quality of the hunt. So how do you use it as wildlife management to distribute both the hunter and the game? You know, maybe there's a way to creatively limit that, you know, when you open it.
Unfortunately, it's an impossible job to manage from an enforcement perspective, or even from like a
But that's the other issue down here is enforcement.
That sounds like a Greg London educational issue on hunting ethics. So that's something to. Here's the thing.
Good luck with that, Rick. Seriously. You got there at 4 o'clock at the trailhead, you're up 1 hour in, somebody got there at 5. I just walked by this situation. That's an epic.
Multiple times.
Yeah. But it's a serious problem, I think, because you look at enforcement there. The other thing I was looking for is garbage. You know, does it increase that if you've got a point of access? Is there a parking spot? You know, you're now centralizing on the point of access again. So where you park, what do you do with your garbage? Who takes care of that? Is it DNRC? Is it FWP?
Aren't those problems no different than how they are now with any other public land access, whether that's an access program or just public land? That's the responsibility of the congregation to be responsible for themselves.
Okay.
And I think the vast majority of them are going to be responsible for those issues.
The only thing to think about is that this would be creating access where there may not be access on many
No access points.
And so when it comes to weeds, trash, TP, cut fences, all of the obstacles that we deal with on a daily basis, mitigation of impact. Shop water tanks, that kind of stuff, those are all real land of private owner concerns that come with the allowance of public access to lands that may have had access to. So we saw that with like Pala, for example, as that was coming through. some of the public and agencies had concerns because now there's public access to places they've not had access before. So not only the management piece of those lands, but then the things that come with it. Like the weeds or the ones, which is why you see the weed man, decided even with water management, decided to effort to try and mitigate some of those obstacles.
And I think maybe that's what we've used some of our policies, right? So we heard from somebody from the Montana Wildlife Federation is saying, hey, please come to us, we will help, survey, we'll acknowledge, we'll help make answers. I think we need to take those groups up on the offer to help. I know that won't solve all of it, but yeah, sure, put it down. Because you're right, like take your typical county road access where there's a half section, that's where somebody's gonna get off, then there's a corner. Like we already don't need to go on issues there, so let's lean into those groups to help us with, hey, how do we pay for the county to come in there and maybe lay that road an extra 10 feet over, so there's actually room to park on the side of that county road, so cattle trucks can get through, right? And these are all the unintended consequences of most people don't understand.
And all I'm suggesting is in identifying these, if we're gonna identify that point and offer that opportunity, they have to be addressed.
And this is also already happening, right? We already have people going to those spots, going to those corners, leaving very little impact.
Yeah,
Well, on the same line, but it's one that I've been thinking of since yesterday, and one of it is the cost versus benefit. And one of the things that was brought up when I talked with landowners was, you know, if you're an outfitted individual and you're in a pasture, you're gonna allow access to a chunk of field land that's in a pasture that's got private land, but the private land, the ranch is outfitted. And the guy says, yeah, I'm gonna let you, I'll get into this agreement where they can access this chunk of field land, but I don't want them on my public land. One of the things the landowner may ask for is, I need some level of signing so I know when they're honest or not. And the point I'm trying to make on this is that there could be a pretty significant amount of expenditure by Fish, Wildlife and Parks, the public land agencies, and are you going to put that level of effort for a 1-year trial period? And maybe you are, but maybe you're not, but yeah, some of them may simply be, yeah, let's go put 2 steel posts out here and we'll allow the public to cross through this corridor. But there may be others that have greater wishes and demands before they're going to enter into that. And someone's going to have to determine, is it worth having live Fish, Wildlife and Park staff go out there and put signs along 2 miles of public land and do these different things for a 1-year agreement. And I think that's going to be something that the department's really going to have to put some thought into and probably coordinate with DNRC and the federal land management agencies as well.
Does this cover it, Dale, cost to administer access versus benefit?
I think so.
Other, have a good list of obstacles, any other considerations?
You don't mind, sure.
Sure.
Along the lines of what you were just saying, Dale, not only I guess where my mind goes, not only to the cost, but just to the ability to administer. So when I think about a corner to corner situation where we have one or even both landowners willing to allow access to the public land, from our perspective in the region, our attempt would be, okay, well, rather than crossing here, let's talk about our other programs. Can we utilize this 2-track to get there using APL or PALA? But in the circumstance where it's, yeah, I'll let them in there, but I want it to be at the corner, right? some of the most popular spots, not necessarily in Region 6, but I have to imagine in other regions, are those ones that are a little tougher to get to, right? Like you gotta hike that mile across the BLM section to get to the other corner. That's what makes it great for the public to hunt. But that also makes it really difficult to maintain from an agency perspective. So that's where my biggest concern would immediately go is with a PAL or others, we have the ability to map, we can sign the roads, we can access those points, make sure that those signs are up because they fall down. They're delicious to cow, wind loves them, people sometimes just remove them, those kinds of things. But if we have a corner that's a mile out and there's no 2-track to get there and it's a hiking situation, and we're talking about 2 fence posts that can easily be yanked out of the ground, pretty soon we might have an issue where, you know, we get a phone call, hey, where's that corner? Well, it was marked yesterday. Sorry, we'll try to get out there today if we can. It's a real obstacle, not one that's not easily, or that couldn't be overcome, but it is a real obstacle. The more popular corners, I think, are the ones that are harder to access.
Yeah, good point. So question for Ryan on that is your thought on resolution for those, how do you resolve that?
Yeah, I mean, my mind always goes to, is there a better solution here? I mean, we have a willing cooperator. We're looking at compensating you for potentially crossing in this finite location. Can we find a workaround where, you know, you already have an access trail, we can sign it better, our wardens can access it, our staff can access it. Is this a better solution? It's not at this finite point, but we're trying to get the public from point A to point B, which is what we do anyway.
Yeah.
With all our programs. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep. Donna.
Thank you. I've been writing like crazy here, so bear with me. My notes are not in any particular order here. But when I look at stakeholders, I really think we forgot about 2 of the largest stakeholders. We need authorities from DNRC and state land at this table as well. Because we're talking about their rules and regulations and we don't even have them at the table. So they're stakeholders, and that way we could find out the rules and regulations they already have on these parcels, but how those rules and regulations would affect willing landowners in their management of their livestock on these parcels. So we have programs already in existence like UPL and Paula. Now, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we already have a program through UPL that can create these access corridors, what would it take to identify willing landowners? And if PALA and UPL kind of jointly work together, it may give more incentive to these landowners, because currently the UPL program is not very well attended. They don't give the tax credit, I don't think, is worth the landowners' time, or not, maybe that's not the right word, but that would help with the funding. That gives us a program. We got additional stakeholders. Then we have to find willing landowners, and we have to keep the sportsmen involved. And I think we're on the right track to getting all this accomplished by listening to everybody, you know. And where do we start with willing landowners? Do we start with our already existing landowners in our current programs and go from there? And who and how do we contact all these if our staff is already, I mean, probably working as much as they probably can? So, I mean, we also have a staff question, and how do we implement these programs? So I think I might have just muddied the water, but I'm trying to come up with some solutions here.
No, that's great, Donna. You kind of putting all that together and heading us towards looking at programs. And that is where we're going. So you're not getting us off track at all. It's all part of it. Chris?
And one other thing. Just say in a perfect world that every corner crossing trees in Montana, we find a way to fund and cross it and everybody's in agreement that, but I just want to, forgive me, but I just wonder if it's worth our time and money to deal with corner crossing into a 40-acre parcel. Or, I mean, do we identify, I mean, are we gonna identify what is important, what's not important? I'm not saying 40 acres isn't important, but if there's 1,000 parcels out there that are 40 acres, that's a lot to administer and a lot to.
Well, I think at this point, the obstacle is what the size of project would be valuable, acres, in a wildlife objective. And I think we talked about that yesterday in one of the preference. Evidently, there's numbers that are valuable enough to quantify for another preference. And they're not 40 acres. And I think that's fair. I mean, to Chris's point, any discussion on acreage?
Yeah, I have a thought. One, this isn't just for hunters, so you have to think of it outside of just a hunting perspective. I killed my biggest bull elk on the 40th, so it can be done. I would say there's some merit there, but I think that I personally would like to put an acreage size restriction to it. You wouldn't, I would not. Because again, if I'm a birder, I don't need more than 1 acre to go out there and sit out and watch birds on a new decent place on the prairie, but I'm done. I mean, there's lots of end users here.
But from a financial situation, isn't it important to prioritize on people accessing 8,000 acres?
It is, right.
That, or the 40 acres that 6 people try to access in one day. Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong.
No,
I understand that, yeah. From a business standpoint, we need to get this 6,000 acres to 10,000 acres. Rather than spending time and money and everything on 40 acres. I realize you can find anything on a little parcel, but I'm just saying, there is some, you should prioritize.
The juice has to be worth the squeeze, right? And I get that.
And that's one of the differences between the tax credit program, right, where all recreations are required. There is no evaluation as far as opportunity or whatever opportunity that is. So just keep that in mind if you look at those kinds of solutions, that there are other strings that come with it. Whereas our access, other tools are all hunter funded and hunter driven. So we don't really have a funding source at this point or staffing to address other recreations within our hunting access program.
Yeah,
The reality too is you look at the other access programs, fish, wildlife, and parks, if you look at the evaluation sheets. On almost every one of them, there is a box that someone from the fish, wildlife, parks office says, yeah, this is quality habitat. I mean, to me, they already conduct that screening. To what level, that's for them to decide, but it's not like it's creating something new that occurs. And I would, listening to Drew and talking about the manpower limitations that they may have, he's probably not going to spend 2 days sending staff out to make their corner to 200-acre parcel of overgrazed crested wheatgrass is going to be a priority. I mean, and I would suspect that would be the case with all of the offices.
yeah. There. Any other discussion on that? There's
I think one that isn't on there is enforcement. I really feel like that's, I guess, an increase. The need for an increase in enforcement. I mean, I think of like region 6 and 7 where it's just this vast. We talked about it yesterday, a big vast pasture, and there's random corners throughout. Who's enforcing this? How does the landowner make sure that person isn't just shooting deer in the whole pasture because it's just a big flat pasture?
That was a real concern that was brought up to me when I talked with anybody that was so.
Yeah, it's definitely to that point. If we do that corner to corner to corner, then you're out there. And then you create these other issues with trespass and that temptation. You know, with the ethic of, like we talked about a little in the center of a session, what do you got? You know, to the edge. As a bow hunter, it's a different equation than a rifle hunter or a bird. And so then that enforcement is more hidden and more remote. So the question of ethic becomes the real policeman, you know. And I think when we started talking with relationships, that's the challenge, is not harming the relationships when we do this. Look for this projects. So, yeah, great. Okay,
Mr. Chair, this one thing too, and I think I'm saying something different than Chris, but to not lose the forest for the trees, being so conscious and focused on corner crossing that we're missing opportunities to access bigger chunks of public land in other ways. So just in a way, it's like I can see 40-acre thing and I understand it provided you an opportunity, but at the same time, it's like there might be some other bigger pieces here, certainly with block management and folks who want to spend more time.
okay. I think that obstacle would be prioritizing the project.
There you
You know, it's, you know, I think that's been kind of the challenge with Palo when we created the sidebar for Palo is, you know, you've got this pool of money and you don't have projects. So you go get the projects that you can identify and go for, but as you start to reach the top of your pool of money, how do you prioritize those at that time? Because they're already in. What why me is thinking about money, we go back to the DRC thing real quick. We've had a couple of discussions that was brought up yesterday about that pool of money that comes from the land banking that the DRC hold. There's $40-some million in there, and it's not expended within 10 years, then it diverts into the general fund kind of thing. If there's a possible, maybe it's a statute change or something that can divert us or allow this full access discussion to just tap into that. We will just right along with our recommendation of that. Yeah, maybe when we get to the access programs, we make sure we have that in there for that discussion. Okay. So I would like to just, if we could, go back to who the other stakeholders are. I know that's kind of backtracking, but we keep coming into, you know, Drew wants to access 40 acres. One time, anytime you went there. I don't know where, I don't know where 20 acres I don't know. But you are, so not get it. But when we're looking at the solution, you know, we've got landowners, but then we've got the public, you know, and what is the public expect? I mean, is it just the public hunter? And I think that's where we're in that this question falls to the public hunter more than the public recreationist, unless you have a program available to accomplish all. And in the long run, that may be.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, in the long run, I would see that being the goal. Again, we look at public landowners and the stakeholder right there at the bottom of that list. That includes a broad swath of recreation tax.
Okay. You're happy that covers it. Yeah, I'm good. I was just curious. Yeah. Anybody have anything else? Or not? I guess to that point on Broad, we don't always see it in the field, you know, my family runs, essentially like a bed and breakfast at our farm. And I see that broad swath of recreation usually, while we also just see hunters. I see people looking for eggs and going to watch birds and coming out there for, you know, all sorts of random dinosaur digs. Things that you, egg escape, things that you wouldn't always expect, treasure hunter, we've had people come look for random, stuff from the Battle of the Big Woods. The point being is that there are a lot of users that come out here, you just don't always, you don't notice. But quick break. Real quick. And we'll, I think, yeah, share this. It's good. Come on, Mitch, all right.
Shaking hands, kiss babies back.
Longer than 10 minutes. As a buck, it is election day.
Right.
Get us one back together. Could I do it? Your jokes? Oh, yeah, I had one. I had a little one. Yeah, you're all ready. I should know this one. This is for you, Lee.
What?
Why do cows have hooves and not feet?
No,
Feet. Why do cows have hooves and not feet?
I didn't hear the last. How do you spell it? B.
Yeah, why do cows have hooves
I still.
and not feet? Feet. Like your feet.
Oh, yeah.
Why do they have hooves and not feet?
I haven't.
They lack toes. Oh, but just kind of great.
That's really good.
This goes by my head. All right.
That's my little dad jokes.
Right.
Okay. So, are we ready, to jump into looking at our programs that are potential answers to some of these questions? Is, are folks in room ready to do that? Jump into that? How about on Zoom, Dave, Donna? You guys ready to jump in looking at program application to this question? Okay, all right. I appreciate the rough out on those, on the stakeholders and the obstacles. I think as we look at these access programs, they have opportunities. And these are the challenges to apply to those opportunities to make sure that it fits well for somebody that might want to do it and addresses this question. So, all right. So I don't have your yesterday's handy dandy sheets. I think we want to go through.
Chair, can I just get a procedural question on the different pieces to the department? I guess we might want to answer this. In theory, is it more applicable for us to look at an existing program and recommend changes to a program that maybe we can make it all fit, or is it easier, not easier, or is it more applicable to create a brand new program? Which I definitely don't want to do, but just asking the question.
Yeah. We want to, so I could put the director and say, I have a board. Just asking your ideas, I tweak an existing program. Or to look at a new idea, you know.
Okay.
I think Drew's question is which is easier to get across the finish.
I don't want to use word easier.
But essentially that's what we're asking. I think it's, you know.
I would look at both options. I would limit yourself.
Okay.
And some of it might be like, I could imagine maybe there's a place where we land, like we did on a couple of topics yesterday. Where we focus on the additional functionality, the delta that's not there today that would be put in place. And let some questions like, okay, is that delta manifest fleet or that delta manifest from the program? Focus on the delta, what that new thing would be, and you're probably for, you know, later thoughts about, okay, what's the best way to bring that delta into play?
And some of the reason why I think a leading question, right? Some of the reason why I asked that is because, you know, we had 2 of the programs with 0 participants and 2 of them with very few participants. You know, do we look at consolidating? I know that word was bounced on a little bit yesterday. Is there a way to consolidate so to maximize funds, maximize that effort, go after the best pieces, you know, to Chris's point. I just somehow operation, I know that when you get to the legislature, those things are not.
Yeah, to Renee's point, I would, if it helps, I would sequence it first, start with the idea of, could they work currently with the priority implementation focus? Could they work maybe together and maybe they wouldn't go out the door together, but maybe talking about it together could conceptually paint a replacement or tweak that way. So in my mind, that's the value of the different options right now. Is using them, contrasting their long suits, their short suits, contrasting them one to the other, combining them. Not necessarily to the point of literally having them combined, but to the point of building in this concept conversation, what a manipulate, what a tool, what a new tool would look like, however it showed up, if that makes sense to you. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Drew, I think when you look at each of these programs, they have their own parameters that it's direct, how and when's, and funding and staffing. I think each of those components, you know, maybe it doesn't seem reasonable that we could come with something that could be applied this year, but I think that should be our goal is there something that doesn't limit that if there isn't, we don't go forward with when it can be. But I think it's possible that it could be. And I think they're there. So, I guess, well, to me, block management, kind of like to be with block. Look at that, there's a couple things. You're writing, I believe, the block agreement, finalizing those now. So it's very timely. PALAs have been approved. Doesn't mean, you know, there's not a way to add a PALA maybe, but I think block is up front and center at the moment. Maybe there's something else to consider in that, but.
Well, looking at these tools, right, log management, yesterday I mentioned, I'm not really sure how to qualify it because it's not. The primary intent is not just for access to public lands. All 5 of these other tools on your sheet are, that's their customers. The added benefit of log management, one is that it's more or less easier from an administrative perspective to get off the ground, although probably difficult to, more difficult to get in terms of a participation. But what I guess what I'm saying is that if you think block management, it's usually us drawing the polygon around the entire range to include private, public, adjacent, public, you know, may draw that boundary short, but then 99% of the time linears are going to allow you to cross from their private onto the public. So it's difficult to say like that's the focus of this conversation, albeit, like I said, if I just think about different checkerboard patterns around the state and just have that big polygon where all hunters can go, that's clearly opening up inaccessible corners as well. So from that perspective, we could do block management agreements yet this year. However, we're on the very tail end of even that operational structure. Yesterday was technically our new program, new application deadline. I'm not saying we can't extend it, but from an implementation standpoint, looking across the different tools, that one is certainly one of the easier ones to get through our process, right? We don't have commission approval, which usually is going to be like a 2-month lead time. We don't have PLPW review, which would be whenever you guys get together again, lead time. So from a practical sense, that is an option yet, probably to find 1 or 2 PNAs yet for the season. But just keeping that, yes, in perspective, that's not one we would consider as like the access to public lands opportunities, all of the benefits.
To follow up that just a little bit, I think if there were, so block was clearly amazing, maybe we see a implement. I do think though, PALA, if our requirement is to review it, to recommend it, I do think if it becomes PALA, if we see that as the opportunity, we would just have to decide after a application was made, we would have to decide to meet to look at the application. And we could clearly do that as we've met in the past. We review those applications as we have regionally and then as a full group. I think if we were willing to do that, we could stand that up pretty quickly. Granted, the department has to make it, get the application for the landowner, research, you know, the access question, which is their legal liability. Is it unaccessible? Which in these cases, we would hope pretty quickly, we know it's not. But without belaboring it, I think we could do it. How as an option, if we're willing to meet in the interim to try to implement.
Yeah, one of the things to keep in mind with that though is you've got to have the public land leaseholder, one be the applicant, and two, that we have to get feedback from public land agencies. That's usually one of our biggest hurdles with any of the ones that we consider, you know, incorporating those public land agencies is trying to get feedback. Just the time and turnaround it takes to not only verify you have the lease, verify this is the ownership, verify there's no legal right, public access, or we're not going to negatively impact that right to public access through an agreement, and then obtain that feedback from the public land agency. That also, it just, all of this stuff takes a lot of time to get through the hurdles. And if we don't get a response from the public land agency, what do we do with that? We can't really bring those even to you guys because you don't have anything to look at. So that's why, I mean, you know, we could draw the polygon short of public land and with a regular block contract, it still provides that public access.
Okay.
And what about the monies? Are there programs, because if we identify a program, we're obviously gonna have to infuse money into the program. Are there restrictions on stuff like yesterday? Are there restrictions on infusing money into some of these programs? Like from the 40 whatever $million into PAL. I mean, can you infuse it in there legally?
Yeah, and I think as we discovered yesterday a little bit, some of these have money in them that could be available. Some of them might be at those limits. And I think what Lena said, it's hard to move money from one box to another. And maybe not doable in some cases, most. But I do think that would be one of, obviously, the considerations to try to move it forward in one of those programs or not, right? Absolutely. Lee?
I've heard, what about a combination? I know we're not gonna use it, but not, they have their deeded land signed up in the block regions. They also have a public access land and it goes out into out into the US Fish and Wildlife Service as a game refuge. And so that gives them two streams to counteract the grazing fees. The difference between the BLM grazing fees and the US Fish and Wildlife Service it's more like the state. So is there be a possibility to combine to do that? Because now we've got a big block of BLM, like our situation, as we put our deed to that, and you don't get any credit from the state. I'm not asking for it, but you in order to get some of these corner cross sections, it would be possible to add a PAL payment to unlock corner sections like some of those bigger ranches would have 20 sections deed, 20 sections public. Would it be possible to add both?
Yeah, it's possible. Not in the near term, it's
Well,
possible.
there's a, no, I know, but I'm just talking about, we're not gonna figure this out. It's been going on for 156 years. So we've got time. But would there be a possibility to put two of those programs together to incentivize somebody that has concerns? And then put it in a, what was it, type 2? That's one where you can control the access.
Anything's possible, Lee. As Renee mentioned, you know, it could be within the programs exist. Obviously, if we could do that, that would be the most expedient. It may not be the best, so it might be the recommendation as a combination, as you suggest, to bring that forward.
Well, we're already doing it. The department's already doing it. We're quite big.
Sure. Yeah. So, I don't know, I think some of these we can eliminate.
Are you looking at for the near term, like to have in place for this fall, is that true? So like,
I guess, yeah.
or is it this fall, it's like next year, or
I think there's two possibilities, right? There are programs that stand up that are being used for it already.
Yep.
So how would you make those more implementable or focus them? I think the other part is like Greg's concept of a pilot. You know, really to look at that, you have to look at which program probably is some staff.
The state's not. We don't have to care.
Right. Yeah,
Chair, I wonder if instead of looking at the programs, if you guys just talk about what would you want that pilot to look? Kind of walk through what an example might be, and then we could think about, well, maybe there's one or more programs that would fit best.
Travis, have you got somebody down there that's already block management and has corner crossings, already with participants? They would be interested if there was some more monetary rewards and you got somebody who might be.
Well, yes, I have some that are doing both already.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay, so you've already got this in the
Yeah.
just like Rick Barry.
right.
great. If you don't mind this, please. Just talking, please.
Yeah, there's a way of planning a location that's come up repeatedly in discussion, either regionally or whatever, that would allow some access. If Chris says something that was a bigger block of public land, but also I would say try to kill two birds with one stone, that if it's in a place where you've got chronic game damage or you're trying to get more access to some of these populations that are I put a challenge, those are the two things that I would look at. You're looking at a pilot, this is a way of prioritizing. Doesn't mean it's right, what comes to mind.
Craig, you had also mentioned the idea of asking local groups as well.
Yeah, some of the groups really that I've been associated with and still am, they're always looking for projects. And this, I'm not speaking for them in any way, it's just like this could be something that would energize the group, if this could be a great project they can hang out on as a group and work toward. So, yeah, that's my thought up.
Okay. So, do we think we need to proceed with looking at a specific project to apply? I mean, we don't have a specific project.
No, right.
I think the idea of pilot is a great idea. But it seems like we need to determine which programs you can go forward with. Maybe it's more than one.
I don't know if it's the right conversation or groups made by passing off the chair. One of the things that keep in mind, and maybe it's in the frame of a solution, but it's also things you may not want. And so I can tell you from a program perspective that having different layers of review, whether it be going through PLPW, being approved at the commission, being approved at the department, all of those create complexities and timelines that become challenging. So there's purposes and reasons behind all of them, the way they were created in statute. But I can tell you from a program perspective, that also creates challenges. So one of the things I would not prefer would be that all corner solutions come to this body for review, or that they all go to the commission for approval. Those are just programmatically, those are some challenges we run into. They're in statute, there's reason behind it. I'm not here to argue that reasoning, but thinking about solutions and oriented solutions, the less complex it is to administer, the less layers of review or confusion than we have in approval authority, the easier it is to get these solutions on the
Question. Jason. Some of these that might require evaluation. Like not evaluation, but a valuation. Is there a process already in place for that? What's the time frame of something like that? If that's one of these projects that shows with that, what that criteria?
Right, so it just kind of depends on the length of the term, right? So if it's a access to public lands for APL project, it's a 1-year agreement or up to 10 years. We've actually adopted the PALA scoring criteria and valuation to implement that, to give us some guidance, because that guidance doesn't really exist. If it's gonna be a 30-year, 50-year perpetual type of right-of-way easement, that'll actually go through a formal appraisal. So the last one we did that, in the Arrow Creek Breaks, actually, we had an appraiser come appraise the value before and after. And that would take a whole lot longer time, lands involvement, our lands involvement to value that right of way, so to speak. So I guess it's kind of, if you're looking at the list of tools we have in the toolbox to address this current issue for this fall season, that APL is really the one that I think could be implemented. If you had a willing project or willing producer, right? Because of the flexibility that exists within that, can only be approved by the department to consider leaseholder input, to have a value. And the valuation discussion is always going to be in question. What is it worth to not negatively impact all the other tools? But in terms of for hunting to inaccessible public lands with little strings attached and a department layer of approval, that is the tool. Again, that program, because of its flexibility to go up to perpetual, and we start talking about commission layers of approval, obviously we need the agency support behind any project we would do. Yes. There is some funding available. So that's kind of the column that I look to. Like yesterday I just went through like cherry pick things out of each of the ones that these work well for this tool. Is there maybe a new solution to take one out of everything and say this is the new solution? But that's just one that stuck out to me as the ultimate flexibility that provides less complexity.
I did the same exercise yesterday. That's why I created my own on the side, right? Doing that. Was that the same? Yeah. Much the same, right? Like, I mean, I could go through all the things, but I did the same thing you did. I went through each of the programs, picked the best pieces, the one that would have the least resistance, essentially created a new program. But I also know that that takes a legislative process, and I know that that's, in the words earlier, not easy.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, if it's access to private land, the department actually has authority in statute, the block management rules to create great programs. And that's where the whole access Montana conversation came from this.
Maybe, yeah. If I could add one more thing to that, sorry, I was kind of cut you off there, but I was talking to Craig earlier about it too, and my mind goes to a little bit of this from a marketing perspective, and I know that's kind of a different angle to look at this, but sometimes things need new names, they need new life, they need a new name to just catch the attention of landowners, and because everything is bubbled up to the surface right now and it's all very fresh. I think the idea of regurgitating an old program just might not be as sticky, right? Like these are all steaks at the restaurant, right? We call it a steak from the restaurant, but the steak that comes out with the sizzle is the one that everybody eats. And I think creating maybe a program that's got a little more sizzle is top of mind right now, and that would be at the legislature this year, could get landowners' attention, and it might get them more willing to participate. Yeah. Good point.
I agree.
Appreciate that. So in that thing, Jason, if you use this ATL, could you just have a new name for it that fits the bill? Is that it?
I don't know how well known APL is. I mean, really, there is the marketing expert. But hard stuff. But, ironically, a lot of these tools don't even know exist. So I think there's an element to that too. I don't know, from a timeline of implementation, like if you're looking for the solution for this fall, for right now with funding, potential fewer strings, that's a tool. Yeah. If you're looking for long-term solutions, I think you could go through, like you said, pick the best out of everything, create a new tool, maybe clean up some of the existing tools to create more flexibility. And all of those things are helpful as far as implementation pieces. It doesn't necessarily generate the willing landowner, but it makes it easier to apply the tools.
And as much as I'd love for you guys to find one of these tools and go out there, I'll get them, just we're 10 weeks away from that. So I mean, it's right around the corner. It's not practical for us to hope or expect much success this year with finding a going cooperative.
We'll speed that up, we could win Steinberger.
It's all we to do that.
Thanks.
Not look to Quentin or Renee to correct my event soapbox conversation, but that's just the reality we struggle with is the different layers of approval, the process, administration, all of that complicates implementation. Right or wrong, it's just the reality that we have 2 or 3 stops along the way for approval. That just makes it that much more difficult to use.
Did you have something there?
I do. Just kind of taking what Drew said a little bit further. The idea that we're going to have agreements in place by hunting season, which starts the middle of August for our tree animal, I think it's really a pipe dream. I really think we need to focus on what it is, what components do we need to identify to make this program successful. If we're lucky enough that it can be in place by hunting season and there might be a cooperator, fine, but I think we really need to say, what is it that we need? What does the department need to make this a successful program, and not say, gosh, we really need to get something in place where we might get cooperators by this fall, because I just think that is so unrealistic with the side boards that are facing the department, different levels of approval. It's not going to just skate through because there is so much focus from the public on this. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to want to weigh in on this. So let's do the job of saying, what is it that this program needs to have to be successful? Again, if we're fortunate enough to get agreement in by this fall, great. I don't anticipate that, but let's look for the long-term success rather than trying to get something in and say, gosh, let's really strive to get something in place so we have some agreements in 10 weeks.
With the excess money, which is 500.
Which is currently no. Yeah. Okay. Other comment?
Appreciate you guys saying, hear a lot of clear, but I agree to say that it's also a window of opportunity. And again, I would just throw out, it's a chance for a landowner that's really been trying to kind of figure something out. One of most like to come forward, and maybe be a pilot. I agree, maybe, but it's like that's the way I see it, is like this could be something where someone steps forward to help us in the short term get this squared away. That's all.
That's it. Thank you. Donna?
Thank you. You know, and this is also a time for the sportsmen to realize that they're working as partners with the landowners. And this is something the landowners doing to help the sportsmen. And there's going to be trash, there's going to be weeds, there's going to be fence. I mean, this is actual on the ground cost for these landowners. And that's something we just all need to remember as we move forward. And that, yeah, you know, we're developing a partnership here. And I appreciate that everyone at the table is willing to talk about that. And I hope it spreads beyond this room.
Thanks, Donna. Dave?
I sit here and I listen to this committee and it's really spinning its wheels for the last 2 hours, trying to decide what direction they should go, what would work, what won't work. I would really like to get back to what Paul touched on earlier, getting the landowners' input on this, and it might be something that we're not even looking at or thinking of. And Donna's point on the trash and having to build crossings and whatnot, I don't feel that that should have to be put on the landowners when it's the sportsmen that's benefiting from it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Lee, did you step up?
Oh, I just think we need to have a combination of PAL and block management. Somehow you have to monetize the leases for the landowner, so because of these things that they're talking about, the ramifications of what happens when you have public, which you didn't have before. And that falls on the lessee, cleaning that side, do all that stuff. But I think it's gotta be similar to PAL. So that you've got monetization, so if there's an incentive for someone to expand it, you know, because you're gonna be, most of those big interlock deals are all, can't tell where they are, they're at anyway. You know, so if you pick the garbage up, wherever it's at. Really needs to be like PAL and block management stuff, it needs to be a kind of odd. I mean.
Other comment?
Would it be beneficial to like identify which one of these we want to use for the short term right now, and then clear out a piece of white paper there and put together our ideal program and how it would look long term? So we can try and accomplish both. We can try and accomplish finding somebody for this season.
Yeah.
Again, I think a great resource for us to use would be one of these conservation groups, leveraging them to help us find a operators, would be a great idea. And then long term, we could also lean on them to help find some long term partners.
Yep. To follow on all that, so this list up here, when we get to this program, and I think Jason's made it clear, and yesterday it was clear that there's no rules really on access public lands. There is money. It doesn't require approval or the commission, right? So in order to move something forward, as a suggestion, that would be the program to focus on, whether you call it whatever you call it, is, you know, we can come to that. But I like it, you know, it's, if you got some sizzle, you know, can you smell the steak? Yeah. It's true. It is true. But to address mitigating impacts, I think when we take this, obviously, we have to address those things. We have to, within whatever those impacts are we've identified and those we haven't, within this program, we have to give some fleshing out to mitigating those impacts, incentivizing the opportunity in an appropriate way. And I think Jason said you've used palisade words on that one. Mm-hmm. So there's some stand up there for that already, and maybe it'll be a little different. And then there's no reason that after we flush something out at the end of today, that there isn't another review. I would expect there's going to be another review. Okay, we're coming with one suggestion, so there'll be another review to include other parties that are interested in it, that are on that list or not, that can help give that additional input. clearly we're not the end all be all to this. This is a jump off point with a clear path to begin. And in regards to timing, Gail, I would just like to address this. I think when you get to EQC September 9, you're going to have input. And I think it behooves this committee to have guided input for them hopefully to follow. Because if that's clear, it could be incorporated into code at that point in time next year, if it's effective. And as we've all seen in these programs, all we need is another program that's different, that they can't have time to implement. And I don't mean to be, rude about any of that. Those are just the realities of how this works and how this department has to implement these things. And so I think it's great, we're right here and we can put that together within this and see how that fits the bill. Maybe it could be implemented, sure, I'm with you, it's like, wow. But if the department thinks they can stand that up, that's their decision. And if they have that capability within the suggestion of a pilot, I think we could go a long ways with that.
One more thought too, and it was after what David said, and he's absolutely right, but the landowners have lots of concerns, we need to address those, and so I agree with what he said. I just want to also point out the fact that yes, public sportsmen are benefiting from this, but we oftentimes don't talk about how landowners are benefiting from this as well. And I just, from a public perspective, I really want to point out that the department is paying millions of dollars to private landowners, so there is most definitely a benefit to private landowners as well.
Okay. All right. So we're ready to look at access public lands and how we manage with that. Sideboards and what's the best way, Jason, from your experience to go through that within the parameters of that program to bring it to a clear picture?
Guess maybe I don't want to look to Renee or Quentin bad thoughts, but we could go line by line if you really want to talk about all those details.
Are you thinking about it in terms of a short-term pilot?
Well, when you think about it as a recommendation that could be implemented, but then improved as a long term. Maybe
1 year.
So I would think it would be a suggestion.
You're looking at like perhaps discussing the elements to a new solution. Like what would the committee consider as the best, take a combination of each of these things and figure out the best elements to create not only the short-term solution, but then also long-term viability, a launch for the kind of potential.
I think this is where Dale was going, just identifying the components for a successful program. Maybe starting with that and maybe using this list as sort of a guide to think about the various program characteristics. I think we can think about.
So like the first one would be the type of recreation. Right now, you've got a variety of tools. Some are specific to all recreation, so the tax credit would be that you have to go in and has to allow all recreations, whereas the other ones are for hunting purposes. That 637 one, the outfitter preference we talked about, we see that different, also requiring all recreations, however, that's a permanent easement. So anything that's POWA, access public lands for the corridor, those are all first and foremost for hunting. Or in the case of POWA, we do have some river access provision. There's not a sideboard that says you can't then allow additional public access. So like POWA, where we incentivize a little bit more if you allow year-round access. APL is specific to hunting, but it doesn't mean that you can't then allow additional public. But the whole first and foremost primary intent of most of these is for hunting.
Sure. Talking short term, go ahead. Would it be fair to committee just to consider nothing at this point with the ladder off? Wild more than shows.
Discussion, and then, so the question is, in this regard, identify hunting as a recreation that we're focusing on for this. Versus recreation, over recreation.
Not talking long term, this. Did I amend that slightly and suggest it's technical vision? And then I do believe that we need to. I just think there should be an option where, again, landowner says, you know what? For X number of dollars, I would allow people in here for other recreational activities. And I know we're trying to come up with something on the short term, but I really think we need to address all public land users. And again, first being a landowner may say, okay, I can tolerate people out here in October, November, and December, but I don't really want people out here, coming through my property the rest of the year, but someone else might be different. So that's not just limited to hunting or fishing. I mean, yeah, that might be the focus, but I do think we need to have that opportunity to allow other recreational.
Well, we're talking about like a pilot program, right? We're not trying to come up with a whole solution, going across the issue, others.
It's just this question. Who does this grant access? So if you're looking at your access program breakdown, these are the parameters of a program. It's the type of recreation allowed.
Right.
For whatever purpose. Stephanie? No, okay.
Well, each of these say primary or the campus section doesn't limit it to most of them aren't really limited. It's something that it might say something is primary, but it doesn't.
Well, the number one access program we have is for
Yeah.
block management is not for all recreation.
No.
It's for
And unlocking access public land says hunt primary camp.
Yeah, it says primary, but it doesn't limit.
Right, no, but you just gotta know something for a while.
Yeah.
And if you try to get too many things in there.
Oh, yeah, I'm just suggesting a program or something.
Yeah, I realize, I mean, in this particular application, how realistic is it for all recreation? Maybe it is. I mean, again, I haven't paid a lot of attention personally to looking at where am I missing out? So, others might be more focused on, what those opportunities are. So, but we need to decide, is it hunt primary intent? Is it general recreation? Is it hunt fish? We need to come up with that recommendation.
Hunting.
Okay. Dale has something fishing. So I think let's make a decision on that. Is there more discussion about hunting, hunt fish, or general rec? You good with hunting, hunt fish? So I'm gonna do a thumbs up on just hunting. Okay, so if you're for this designation to be just for hunting, then either thumbs up, neutral, or thumbs down. Okay. Okay. Somebody's gotta count that. Let's see. Donna. I don't know, do we need to count?
I guess I'm kind of torn here, Ed. If I had to prioritize, I would say hunting, but I don't want to vote just hunting. I would say if we had a wish list, we would want to establish more access for more things, but to be put on the spot to say just hunting, I have to go sideways with my thumb.
Okay, that's great.
But if you prioritized, I'd go hunting, then fishing, and then other access reasons.
Thank you, Don, Dave. There you go.
If the legislature or the courts decide the issue of corner crossing, it will be for all recreation. It won't be for hunting only.
As well. I think this is like a big issue.
Access to public.
Correct. But I think that this is kind of like, the way I view this is a trial of corner crossing. This is our solution to the corner crossing problem. And so the user groups who are experiencing and wanting the access through the corner are not just hunting. So that's where I'm on sideways too. I think we should be piloting this as basically paid corner crossing.
Yeah, the nice part about including all the groups, like when I get down to like looking at funding and things like that, you know, we could look at the Montana General Fund rather than just sportsman stalls. You know, it would include broader options.
Agreed.
Okay. So we took a run at hunt. Do we want to take a run at all recreation? Is that what we want to take a run at next? Take a stab. Take a stab at it. Okay, so let's see, thumbs up, down, or neutral on all recreation.
Is this for the pilot project? Or?
Yes.
So a lot
for the pilot.
So what if these only have a gig and we want to?
Well, no, let's just go. So
I figured it was carried that.
I don't see Paul. Paul, Dave, did you get thumbs up? I guess based on your conversation, yeah.
There it is.
I don't see Paul.
Yeah, so I haven't seen Chief Paul. He's been.
There it is. Okay, Paul's thumbs up. So we have all thumbs up except a neutral. The neutral. You go. All right.
Chair, when I bring that up, it just is a communication was if this was never go, but certainly those other beyond the table. Yeah, that's the frame of what the law says. Priority might be hunting fishing.
Again, this is just a recommendation again. This is what we're suggesting to go forward with. So I would like to ask the question to the access manager. The between the three options, which is the most implementable? So hunting only, all recreation. We didn't do a boat on fish. Sorry. Okay.
Like the new pilots. Your pilots going beyond next session, we have funding and operations outside of hunter and angler dollars. Then there's potential to look at all recreation. But given the current situation, we're all hunter and or angler dollars. And it'd be a diversion of funds to use for other recreation purposes, primary. So all our staffing, all our operations specific today to the access world come through the hunter access fund we talked about yesterday. So it has to be for hunting purposes. All of our statutory guidance as current is for hunting purposes. That again, that was just, if you're looking at a pilot 2 years, 3 years out, that might be different.
Stephanie.
I'm gonna go a random route, just after looking at this. I can see realistically this unlocking public lands program as really just if that tool could be sharpened and made a little bit more attractive. I think it's already got really attractive marketing. I love the little blocks and the corner crossing logo is awesome. I think it would just be little tweaks, maybe instead of a tax credit, we went with an actual financial piece. And then instead of public access, again, do it annual, like, again, this is kind of I picture this group being tasked with coming up with a way that satisfies that corner crossing argument, that we should be able to access our public land. How do we pay the landowners for that? And that program to me seems like it would be with a couple of weeks, but, and it uses the state money in a general fund.
Bingo. Yeah, I think.
It's the easiest to approve, just the department has to approve it. It feels like it could be a very natural fit with just a couple tweaks.
So you would rather move to that program than make it hunt only?
It's a tax.
So on your pilot basis, right, if you're thinking for 2027. Then that would be possible. For this fall, that's not.
Okay, no.
So by.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Nope, I see what you're saying.
For
Nope.
EPL is March 15th.
Okay, no, I see.
And then also the requirements of the majority of the year.
Then we would have to change it.
Right, exactly. So you'd have a session and the rule changes probably next year through the session, which would look at 2028 implementation.
I did add it outside of the pilot.
No, I appreciate it.
Yes, because it's not like.
It just seems like it is like just a really natural fit with a couple tweaks to make it more attractive to landowners. I mean, I think with what compensation we're giving right now is not a valuable thing. But otherwise, I think it pretty much fits everything that we want.
It's pretty close.
Pretty dang close. The only thing it would be public access open year round. And then the compensation aspect.
The public land lease requirement is a sticky point too.
On just state though, that one really requires it on state,
Oh, yes, you're right, sorry,
so.
but still sticky.
Yep, no, 100%, that could be something to explore as well.
I mean, on all of those, Stephanie, every state parcel that would be a block. If they don't have those. And I don't know those, but.
Right. Well, and realistically, I think again, hypothetically, as the court case played out in the 10th Circuit. Or 9th, whichever one it passed through.
Whoever one is ours.
Right. It really is only on federal land. So it's not applicable to state land, and I think a lot of people are forgetting that as well. So this is just an added next to have this program have the state land versus public land, which is, or then federal land, BLM.
But again, I guess back to a Montana solution, whether it's state land or federal.
Correct, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying keep the state land part in there, and that's an attractive option for the public to hear that, hey, we're working on access to the state as well. Whereas again, the lawsuit only applies to federal land.
So I have a question for Jason. What is hunt primary 10? What does that mean? Nothing else?
So statutorily with that program, pulling up the code right now, it's 87.25.6. Gives us definition as to how that funding can be used. And so, again, like I said, it's not saying that other recreations are not allowed. It's just saying that we have to first and foremost use that funding source for hunting access. So it says that all money basically sold from collected from the home to hunt license has to be used by the department to acquire public hunting access to accessible public land, which may include obtaining hunting access to private land to inaccessible public land. So it's not saying you can't use it for other recreation, but we have to use the money for hunting access. And then if the landowner is willing to allow other recreations, great. We've got that experience quite a few times before. But we're not paying that landowner for general recreation.
The only thing you're noting that's for, I think,
That's the access. Yeah, by law, it has to be for hunting access.
so with that definition in mind, would that not be satisfactory?
Yeah.
Something that had started on my list was probably most applicable because of that language there. It also doesn't have any requirements on the landowner having the lease
on the adjoining public parcel, which is a nice not have that hurdle. Yeah, so, can we all agree to move forward with that definition on primary intent as the objective? I'll just ask if anybody has another point or objection to that. Nobody here? You mean for that intent, just for the statement? The type of recreation allowed, it's the same as this statement. Counts as the primary intent. As Jason said, the landowner could.
It has to be there before you can access the funding.
Yeah.
And then whatever else should piggyback on that sheet.
Are we comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like with that.
No objection, online from Paul, Dominic, or Dave, I don't see. Okay, so Foxwood. So then on contracts. This shows annual to perpetual.
Get it one because it's going to pilot. You'll be for what to do.
So I would say is there anything to be adjusted there? That in detail or not? I mean, how, Greg, if you got a perpetual, but
Well,
if you,
we're not going to be here that long. When you say actual, the hell of a time.
yeah,
So. Not that I'm looking for an answer today. But maybe point, Jason. When we start talking annual to perpetual. Just say. That we agree to a perpetual for Smithfield. Through a chunk of, this crossing area on private land on public land. Potential. That the state or federal land could leave federal or state ownership. What happens to that perpetual easement if the lands that you're gaining access to are no longer federal lands?
Why shouldn't we up with woods now?
I mean, again, I'm not asking for an answer today, but I think it's something that legal probably needs to weigh in on it. How would that be? And say, well, that's not going to happen. And you're living in Patterson land, just where you look at what state lands has done, and also what I have heard from some sources that happen in BLM land. That can you say that are we going to have a mass sell off? I doubt it, but at the same time, there's a potential for land to be disposed of. I think it's a real possibility. And how does that affect them? So just, again, it's just one of the little things, maybe between now and our next meeting or whenever that question could be raised to the staff and Fish and Wildlife Farms.
so I think, Jason, I would just ask them, so, I mean, the way this is said, it gives you that whole frame. It could be a 1 year or whatever. And I think on impulse, you would be looking at 1 year, and that broad opening allows them that latitude to do it. So everybody in line with that part. Okay. And Paul, Donna, and Dave, if you have a comment or objection as we go through please just raise your hand. So then public land lease required under this program, it's no. Any discussion on that?
I think you gotta be careful with that one, because if you've got a corner fraction, you can let somebody in the neighbors lease. And I think you're gonna have, it's kind of like the ballot deal was, where we make sure. Because we've got a situation at our ranch, if we have an access built in what neighbors lease, they have it blocked it on the other side, maybe it's ballot. But I don't think you want to incentivize somebody to know they're not somebody else lease. You should leave that with the guy that has to pick up the gas, do all that stuff. Like, that's my concern.
Stefan,
I don't think we should have, I think it needs to remain as it is. And from my experience with dealing with a lot of public land users. Rarely is a landowner, a public land lessee going to do something that really irritates his neighbor. I mean, could it happen? Sure. Will it happen? Potentially. But I just believe that those people, when they living are next door to each other, the likelihood of that happening is not very high. I just, I think we should leave it as, that you do not need to have a lease on that.
okay, other comments?
I think from a private lands perspective, I should be able to grant an easement across my private property without the lessee of the neighboring public land dictating what I do or don't do on my private. Which means that I think it should stay as it is.
Okay, other comments? And that's the interesting reality we're looking at across that board, right? On UPL, it's yes on state, no on federal. On PALA, it's yes, if lease exists. 637, yes, or with leaseholder consent. And a block or no, leaseholder option to support or object goes to the commission. And those, I mean, these are all reasons why things don't get used to the level that they need to be applied to, in my opinion. And then it's those parameters, somebody can choose to do it or not. Like if it's you, Drew, and it's your answer you just gave us. If you choose to do that, it's your relationship with your neighbor. And I think if the landowner is gonna make the agreement and they really don't want it, they're not gonna. Yes or no? I mean, if that landowner really has a known objection with his neighbor, I know it's not always gonna be that case, but generally. Because it is that relationship. Dave?
I'm leaning towards yes with leaseholder consent. Because not all neighbors get along. And one neighbor might be using state land at a certain time of year for a specific purpose, and the adjoining neighbor lets people in there to hunt or recreate or something. That is just going to cause problems.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment?
Especially if you use the PAL deal as a compensation. And then so it would be possible for me to monetize my neighbor's lease and receive the money. And it's not, I don't think it's the way to go.
Okay. Well, you could answer that question in your example. So Powell has that specific way you apply that, but if that's the question. And I'm just gonna throw out there, when you get down to compensation, which we're not there yet.
No, but I think we're setting the parameters for the thing right now.
Well, you are, but what if you, in your parameter, had compensation available for that question? What if you had compensation available for that contingency?
Yeah, I think that's the only way you can do it. If you're just opening up somebody else's BLM together. That's just the neighborhood, it's like. If somebody's gotta go pick the poop up out there, it's probably not gonna be the guy that allowed the access. You see what I'm saying? Because it's in the other guy's management.
Right, so in theory then, when we get to compensation. So there's a negotiated value down here later, like we apply in Pala.
Yeah.
So for the landowner that is participating in this new program, that landowner gets a payment for granting that easement. Right, to this neighbor's lease. Just a sec, let me finish. So the landowner who you're crossing he gets compensation. What if the landowner who has the lease gets compensation?
Well, that's not set up in any of our other.
Well, it's actually, you're right. And that's why we're looking
I
at
thought
it.
we were trying to put it in the program to get the ad so we can start the pilot.
Well, we are, but this access to public lands might have that option. That's the point, is access to public lands. The amount of compensation can be negotiated. So it gives that, if there's that condition, would you want to offer both that opportunity?
I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to get into the neighborhood stuff. Like Chris thinks or everybody else does, but I don't think you want to get into, I think if you're gonna be compensated for the lease, it better be your lease.
But it is, you're being compensated for your easement. You're not being paid for this acreage behind you.
Well, that's how Powell works.
Well, that maybe is physically like Powell, this is APL.
I think it should be the same way. For this one, how are you gonna incentivize somebody that owns half of the deeded land there and has half of the lease? How are you gonna incentivize him other than block management to get him to sign up for the opening up the lease statement? You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. I see it as an infringement on my private property rights to allow me to do a private contract with an entity across my private property.
I guess I'm looking at it as where you're leasing. I don't think you want to set it up so that you can give somebody an easement into somebody else's lease.
Well, if they're both compensated.
That's maybe,
Then how do you do it? If you get, how do you include the leaseholder negotiation?
in the communication of the application.
That,
We were also talking about hypothetical problems about damaging, all these things that may never actually even exist. I mean, you're talking about corner to corner problems, you're talking about somebody having to put a lot of effort to go into a certain place, there's probably not going to be a lot of people. The chances of these issues are pretty small.
always the difference.
Well, no, it's fine, it's, yeah, it's a completely valid point, and that's why all these programs are a little different.
Right.
You know, and I would dare say that that's why they've been hard to implement. None of them have, that I'm aware of, the option that if Drew came with this application and the access broke through his place to public land that has a lease with his neighbor, Drew can get compensated and his neighbor could get compensated in that particular agreement. Would that not be
But how would the neighbor have any?
in the application?
Well,
In the application.
So you're saying,
I mean, they're all simply, yeah, see a public land, it's not like they don't own that property either. So that's the other thing, obviously.
well, but you are responsible for it. If you're a federal land, state lands, SC, you're responsible for the condition of it.
Absolutely.
And, you're supposed to, in state land, you're supposed to do all the weeds, do all the false woodrows, and on state, federal land, it's the same way. And so, I'm not saying it's not a private property right to give somebody access, but it wouldn't be any different than being in town if you gave somebody access through yours and your neighbor's yard.
Sure. No, that's a completely different scenario. The neighbor's yard is private property.
No, but what I'm saying is the public property has a stewardship thing that goes with that also. And so it should be tied to the guy that has the lease. I'm not saying, how do you include the lessee if he isn't the private property owner in a negotiation?
And I think that's what we're saying is I don't think you should include the lessee. Again, that lessee has responsibilities on their lease. Public sportsmen, whether you're the bird watcher or the hunter,
Right.
they also have the same responsibilities.
Yeah.
It's illegal to trespass, it's illegal to litter, it's illegal to leave probably
But
feces
you
on
don't
the
know
surface,
who
but
the public is. You always know who the lessee is, and you always know who the private property is. You do not know who the public. Sure is. It varies day to day, unless you got a type 1, you don't know. Well, some of them don't even sign up, they just go in, so I think in order to have, it makes more sense to me. I'm not saying it's for compensation, but you gotta include them in it, because there's responsibility for all different types of land use and all.
So within the application, you have that check box, that the leasing could be compensated, and if they wanted to be compensated, they were. Would that solve the?
No, I don't think so. Like our situation, we've got an avenue into a neighbor's lease, and they have an avenue into their lease. Okay, so is it the first guy to sign up for it to get compensated? See what I'm saying? Or you can allow access in there, and then there's no compensation. You see what I'm saying? And if we're gonna do a pilot project, so that we're trying to encourage somebody that has some alternate sections, I'm just thinking of it on a more landscape size deal, not a single section. 40 or an 80, or the bottom of Elk Canyon. It's public land that you've gotta include it, you gotta keep it like PAL, I think. We don't do PAL, but I think you have to have it, once the neighbors do it. And I think you gotta have it so that the people that are responsible for the stewardship of the federal lease are involved. And you don't need two different agreements. That's what you're talking about the other way. If you do it so you don't include the lease, then if you don't have to have the lease, then you got to write 2 deeds, right? Or else one neighbor's making the deal for each other.
Giving the less easy a lot of power and something they're leasing that they don't own. It's power. They don't, it is power. It absolutely is power. So they don't have to lease that property if they don't like what their neighbors do.
I think if you had a pilot program and they shy away from this kind of setup in the beginning. Yeah, I'm not suggesting what you're saying. And I get long-term, that kind of thing would happen to be kind of hurt out, but if we're just thinking about a pilot short-term thing, maybe that's not a situation that you better to continue to do.
But it needs to be so. Stephanie?
The benefit of the leasing is they get the grass and the ground use, so they're already getting an added benefit, and they don't own that. In a situation where the county road runs through public land, I can park on the side of the county road and hop over there and do whatever I want on public land, and that is leased ground. So how is that different than controlling? It's like you said,
you're not talking about access to the county road.
but you're still accessing public land.
When you see on it, regardless of somebody's private property, you get it.
And that's their right.
That's the right of private landowners to enter into a private contract.
I mean, realistically, I have friends that have ranches that have BLM, and they let me walk through their property, and that's because that BLM, they don't.
Nothing we're talking about corn the corn. Which they have, there's more deed land than there is like ours, no help. A lot of these ranch stuff here is only 15-20% deeded. And the rest of it's BLM. So if there's roads that go through the deeded stuff, like the neighbors in Lid Pala, one neighbor's got an 80-acre parcel. He's got 20 sections of leases. For 10, and that's part of Pala. Quit barn raising's the same way. All the roads go to us at Homestead. It's out there in the game. I'm just not a hill to die on. But I think it needs to stay like Pala, not because of the water, you gotta ask, what's the benefit for the guy that owns every other section in a 20-section deal? And if he isn't incentivized by getting some compensation for the leases, hell, he can put a block in. Oh, that's what he'll get, just like quick.
Okay,
So I don't think you solve in the corner deal if you don't monetize the lease, whether it's state or federal. That'd actually be your lease.
Okay. Dave?
I just like the wording in under that HB 637 access program. Yes, or with leaseholder consent. And that way, if that leaseholder is not the one that's granting the corner to corner crossing wanted compensation, he could get compensation before he give consent. Does that make sense?
Yes. I hear you. So we're just gonna look at the code in this, no.
But you're talking about 637, or you're talking about,
No, APL.
there is not, who talks about these. It's just silent.
Approval authority, did you put that in approval authority? The department independent. So approval authority is within the department.
It is no, but I guess I'd have to look to when maybe on an agency position related to a lease requirement, if the department needs to improve the agreement. But I mean, that's quite, he's suggesting that because it's not explicit and we have the approval authority, the rules,
Yeah,
that we wouldn't consider it, but I think we would consider it.
I appreciate that. I hear the question about, is this a restating that question, Jason, accurately, that does the department discretion? Is there department discretion where upon realizing this? Hearing the lessee's objections, the department, does the department have the discretion to say, okay, we wouldn't do this? And it seems to me that we would have that discretion. It also, I also wondered, that being said, I also wonder if in the context of a pilot, and in the context, maybe more directly in the context of this conversation right now, when I think about obstacles, and I see the third one being neighbor relationship. I don't see the current path being something that directly stabs at the obstacle of neighbor relationship. I understand all of the participants in this conversation focused on this issue, but I'm not sure I see agency discretion to not approve being a widely recognized answer to the obstacle of neighbor relationship, if that makes sense. I was trying to, and I vote, if I may do just one more thing, I find myself in this conversation coming again and again, and this is not a challenging conversation, it's a conversation curious. I think it's a good discussion, but I bounced across a couple of answers in my mind to the question that I asked: what is the objective of the pilot? Is it simply to have something that we can say this could work, or is it something that we're building a pilot that stabs very directly at the obstacles that we've identified here this morning? And at the end of the season, we can run through that list and say, hit this obstacle, and that is to say, we address this obstacle, we address this obstacle, we did not address this obstacle, and for whatever that's worth, Chair, that again, back way, I think there's discretion. I'm not sure there's discretion at the agency to say no. I'm not sure that there's going to be a fulfilling circumstance in response to the obstacle of neighbor relationship for either perspective. This conversation.
So to be clear, you're not sure that the department could make that determination?
I think we have the discretion. I think there's discretion for the department to say, let's not do that one. I don't think that really serves the idea of a pilot well.
Mr. Ellis has his hand up as well.
Paul?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I got a question on this block management access corridor program. That's kind of what we're talking about right now, isn't it? It says here that the leaseholder has the option to support or object. What happens? Can the commission overrule him on that? Or the landowner? And say the landowner says, no, I don't want to support this accessing my public ground that I have leased. Can they override him on that?
It's in the commission discretion, Paul. Yeah.
So they could say, yeah, you have to let them on there then?
Yeah, so, in statute, again, 87-1265, sub-8, which was added last session, that the commission and the consideration of the agreement that provides access to adjacent public lands may consider adjacent leaseholder support or objection, exempt the agreement from tracking days, agree to a payment that's a flat fee, and then consider the benefits. So really what it's saying is that we have to seek that support or objection from the leaseholder, but that the commission may decide to overrule that objection.
Okay, so what my thoughts are there is that you're gonna cause a lot of rift between your neighboring landowner there if they went ahead and did it. And especially if he's not gonna get compensated for that.
And I think that's partly why that statute was amended last year when this order came through, was to bring that to the commission discretion and took it out of the department discretion for that program.
Does that answer it for you, Paul?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie?
So realistically, what, if we wanted to do a pilot program? We've got to use the tools we have, we can't change them, so we're sitting here trying to change each of these. So we kind of need to say, okay, which ones can you guys still do? And find a landowner who's willing to try this. And then maybe instead of working on a pilot where we keep trying to tweak these, because we can't tweak these, we would have to go to the legislature to tweak these. So what is left on the table out of these? And maybe we don't say, and maybe we don't box you in and say, we want you to use APL, we want you to use 637. Maybe we let the department, if we can find a landowner who's willing to try one of these, maybe we see how that goes within the parameters of what we have. And then instead of working on pilot, or we're changing what's here, maybe we're working on what do we think might work for the legislature to do. And maybe that, from what I'm hearing, it's either tweaking one of these or create new ones. Otherwise, we're just sitting here trying to tweak them, and for a pilot that we want to run now, I feel like it's not working.
But
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. I think open this part of the conversation, that your comments make me think about Drew's question to the agency who started this particular piece in the 2-day consultation chair. I mean, it seems to my ears that the concept of a third party leaseholder. So the department's in a conversation with a landowner, and there's another landowner that holds a lease. It seems to me that has a particularly high profile in this conversation. And it further seems to me as a suggestion that that's a delta that it's not clear what the PLNW's prescription on that topic is. Is it consequential, and we need to figure out an answer to Lee's point?
We have guidelines and paddle.
Yeah.
How many acres of paddle?
Or is the perspective that Drew's representing you know, what is the guidance principle to pass on to the department in its the kind of deliberations that you're talking about.
And that's maybe where maybe we pick, again, we try to find a landowner who's willing to try one of these just for the corner to corner this year. Within what ones are left, because you can't do all of them right now. Some of them are already expired to sign up. And maybe we talk to that landowner and say, hey, what worked with this and what do you feel? And again, maybe get some more input from landowners, like, hey, what does the perfect access program? And maybe that's tweaking with them, or maybe it's completely different. But if we're trying to get a pilot today, I feel like we can't tweak these. So either we start looking at what we see as a good program. We just go through and say, we answer all these questions. We don't even look at what is currently there. And we go down each of these categories and say, what do we want? And then see if that aligns with any of these. But again, we can't tweak them to get a pilot.
And to the, if I may share, please, if we can't find either here in the conversation or in asking for pilot opportunities, pilot project opportunities, not necessarily pilot program opportunities, is there something then in this conversation that can be mined yet today to help the next conversation, wherever it be held, whatever next venue shows up? Chair, to your point about a meeting and a conversation on the calendar available, that further informs how the decision makers, how the legislative decision makers, if that's what we're talking about, what they need to think about in this particular focus of this conversation, that other than lessee, how do we think about to leave? Is it Lee's general suggestion of fiscal compensation, or is it Drew's point about that's a third party? And let the decision maker make the discussion. It seems to me like that, just seeing that profile of that conversation now as a sticking point, somewhere between right now and end of today, from an agency perspective, it would be good to hear us talk more about what do we do about that competing interest that seems to be on the table right now, or whatever that's worth, Chair.
Thank you, Ben. Lee?
I think you need to follow the palette guidelines, get out of the most, other than block management, has the most participation. And if we start trying to bring in a deal where you could open up your neighbor's lease, can't make that agreement with my individual. And as far as the compensation level, that's for the future, but you shouldn't be able to open up your neighbor if you've got 10 sections, 4 sections, 2 sections, you shouldn't be able to sign your neighbor's lease up for corner coverage. I don't think, because it's just gonna move you right back where we were wide open. If you do that, you have to have, and the way the federal aid was allocated under the State Raising Act, you know that. There had to be commensurate property. You had to be paying taxes on livestock. And there was, they didn't just want to pick out the guy they liked and give it to the public raising. You know that deal. It had to be, well, stuff with up north, and it was abandoned homesteads. It was just fine. It's fought, stayed over the wind and door around. And so they're just stewardship responsibility, normally they left it. And I think defeating the purpose that you're trying to accomplish by saying I can give somebody access through my place, whether it's through a corner or through another deal, and go on to my neighbor's lease. You're just gonna accomplish. You're gonna be right back where you started with the corner cross. You just did it.
So I want to answer this. Frankly, I think the idea of Fish, Wildlife and Park paying compensation to a person that has hunted walk on their federal or state land is absolutely ludicrous. But at the same time, I also wonder if there would even be authority within the state government to provide. If there's quote unquote, no impact to a person's private property, if the state would even have that authority. That being said, I also believe that if this is going to Drew to make a decision on whether we are going to enter into an agreement with one entity to allow them to have a corridor that accesses public land, one of the things he's going to look at, I would hope and think he would, is what kind of conflict this is going to result in between the neighbors and how's the department going to be viewed if we go down this path.
Yeah.
And I think just by virtue of the fact that they have decision-making authority is as far as this needs to go. The idea that we would provide compensation to a permittee, and think about where this could go. All of a sudden we said, we're going to provide compensation because you have hunters coming on your land that you haven't had in the past. How many groups, farm and ranch organizations are out there saying, you know what, I've got 20,000 acres of public land on my ranch that has county roads through it, and I've got hunters on it every hunting season. You're paying them. Now I want my compensation because there's hunters on it.
It's not, if they're the county road, but it doesn't qualify.
It does not, but it's still, what are we paying that person if it's a point crossing and they're accessing public land? What are we paying? What is the impact we're paying that for? Because we have recreationists on their land. So I just think, boy, be really, really careful where you go with that one.
I don't think we're gonna solve it.
Chair, thank you. Thanks for all of the conversation. Dale's comment sharpens my focus is in the department's discretion. I trying to ambassador the department as well as I can here. It would be helpful for the department to understand consequences from both perspectives of that discretion being by this way or that. To copy and paste Dale's example, Drew Henry as regional supervisor assessing, what if we say yes to this circumstance where the other lessee says no? What's the impact? Do we think, does PLPW think that the negative consequences, whatever they be, are going to be confined to that project? Or is it going to flow across the industry too? That would be helpful for, and to inform the agency's implementation of the discretion that at least a couple of these opportunities seem to paint in statute.
The other thing about this too is one case that would happen is at some point there could be eminent domain imposed in all these corners and nobody gets paid for anything. So we're trying to get ahead of that too. And totally understand your stance, and I understand that relationship. I've got neighbors, I've got relationships, I get that, but they are just a leaseholder of that property, they don't own it. And in fact, not only are they're a leaseholder on this property, where they're getting a subsidized lease from us, we the people, granting them access to lease them. So I think what we're trying to do here, I think we're making it too complicated in one regard, but I think we're giving, again, too much power to somebody who just has a lease on this property.
But you've been fighting this thing for 156 years.
And again, they might lose that fight, and then they might win that fight too.
Yeah.
And so there's obviously different ways.
Just seeing if we're trying to get past it, how to get somebody that, I'm not saying that you'd be compensated, really don't, but if you allow somebody to open up somebody else's stewardship responsibilities, which going with it, if the lessee maintains the fence, the roads, the water, if BLM comes in and puts something in it and they just disappear. And so if you want to impoundment or something, you got to figure out a way to fix it. It's not just a big rambling land that people are There's responsibility towards that. And the grazing fees are set by flip pop. And that's a federal, it takes an act of Congress to change that. We don't pay that. We pay. The state does the same thing. The state fees are up considerably because that was different. So that's a responsibility that you take on, the stewardship and the maintenance of it when you have use.
And I think your land users are also very much aware of those stewardship things, and they carry the same level of commitment to being good stewards.
No.
Your recreations. And not every landowner is a good steward of their land either. You just gave a really good example of all the people that just, up and left their land and left weeds all over. I mean, it happened with both user groups.
Right. Yeah, this is, it really go on.
Lee, I wonder, Lee, if you could articulate in more detail. And it's not, I don't mean it to be a challenging question, Lee, just a question of curiosity, coming at it from Drew's perspective. What precisely would be the issue for that other lessee? How can you help us quantify, identify what exactly? I hear trash.
Is this just corner crossing we're talking about?
Yeah.
And that we're addressing today. I have no experience with corner crossing.
And then it just,
but I envision it'd be similar to lots in town. Okay. Somebody owns one lot, the next one's federal, two federal, then there's another deeded one. And somebody's renting those or whatever. How do you do it? I have no complete, our deal, the deeded land is in chunks that go along, so you drive across there or whatever, but there isn't anywhere of those precise points where you can jump over. You just either you drive through that or you go around it. And I just understand the corner crossing stuff. The way I understand the people that I'm acquainted with that have corner crossing are all in the railroad checkerboard down between Roundup and eastern, clear to the eastern border of Montana. And most of the land that the railroad had, it was railroad checkerboard, it was on the river bottom, somebody homesteaded the other section. So the water, the land that's the checkerboard land is all up. And it's normally leased by the guy that owns the property, the co-min.
And I appreciate that, Lee, response, and then I'll be quiet, Chair. You've sharpened my question, Lee. Thank you very much. So to paint a very specific example, there's an agreement that has a connection to a corner-to-corner situation that's being contemplated. And it provides access to a parcel, this private landowner, to a parcel of state land, to be very specific in the example, that another landowner leases. That project comes to the department's desk, the department's assessing, let's support this as a partner, let's not support this, let's not participate as a partner. What would the quantifiable impacts to that third, we'll call it that other landowner, let's see.
School section, is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about? Okay, but last year, the school section pays the fee. Has a weed control responsibility and a service management responsibility. Okay, so what would be the benefit in an adjoining landowner, corner to corner, allowing access across his into a school section that is leased by his neighbor? It'd be like if you have an apartment building and your neighbor's got an apartment, and then you let them in their apartment. That's what you're doing.
So do things like increase.
I think it's just gonna create a whole bunch of animosity in the hills.
Increase potential for weeds.
Well, what other reason would there be to do it? If maybe a lot of times in those school sections, you have the right every 10 years, your neighbor has the right to bid the lease up. And bid it. So there's a way where somebody can stick their thumb in the other guy's eye by saying, hell, you can come across, we go on in here. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, again, you tell me, so for example, the increase potential for weed. The increase, so the animosity that's there, and that rooted in concern about additional wheat spread, for example.
Whatever. You know, there's a stewardship responsibility. Nobody thinks that there is. And a lot of people, but for me, it matters. You know, and it's your responsibility to take half and leave half on federal. Some people will do that. Most guys do. It goes as far as the forage goes. If you grade it down like this, board isn't good for anything. And so I don't understand what the benefit would be to have it so that somebody can allow access to somebody else's trees.
Yeah, and thank you, Philip. You've answered the question, and again, one more time, the reason I asked that question is I could see in a moment of decision making. I could see the sportsman's party expecting the department, if the department were to say, let's not do that, I could see the sporting community say, well, help us understand why not.
Why would the Department of Fish, Wildlife and Park want to get into a situation where they get to mediate between neighbors? And all you have to do is leave it like the cow and you compensate if you don't. And if the guy's allowed access, it should be his lease.
And just channeling a little bit of the director's comments, that I've heard is, trying to keep the conversation away from who is right to what works. And Stephanie, that's what I've given you. Well, I hear the whole conversation driven in that fashion. So that's why I was asking, like, again, okay, if that's a sticking point, what would work? What's an answer to that sticking point? Is it weed control? Not so much a payment to the lessee, but a focus on maintaining the land stewardship. I don't know the answer to that question. Thank you.
Every individual's different. Some is compensation, some,
And I think that fairly runs into, so it's good discussion because it fairly runs into Dale's point as well.
Well, he doesn't think everybody's got an individual opinion. We respect that. Why should you have to pay somebody to access public land? The public owns. So how do we get there?
Yeah, I think that's when I read movie from who's right to what works. That's where I see we're all trying to optimize the mutual concerns that everybody has, and trying to minimize the differences. And again, Chair, and I'll be quiet, and I may be wrong, but as I hear us talking about that, I keep running through those points of obstacle and say, how does this address staffing? How does it address mapping, survey corners? How does this is when I stuck on at this point, how does it address neighbor relationship?
So, thank you. Just again, hypothetical, and then I'll get to Dave. In regards to that stewardship that you expressed, and I personally completely respect that. I've seen some letters from folks that had impacts on their places in these programs, even the programs that exist, and they're already doing the programs. And they're kind of like you're talking about. It could be the surface issue, not so much weed control, but obviously that could be one. Is there not a way to mitigate that? So if just carrying through theoretically, if Drew signs up and we access to your lease holding, is there any way to mitigate the issues that you see in your particular locale in regards to the stewardship you apply to your lease holdings with good care? Is there any way to mitigate that?
I don't know most of it. We've got the chunks here and there. They're signed up and automatically. Okay, so you have a sign, you come up here and here's a gate. You drive through 160 acres and you're back out of the BLM and state. Go over the roads that go through there. You can maintain them all.
Yeah.
And we get compensated for whatever the 100 days or 160 increase. But we maintain the roads, and because we got to drive more than anybody else, and so I don't know how you do it. We just do it because that's a part of our stewardship responsibilities, making sure you can get back and forth through there, and not most of the people they drive it good, right? But there's always one guy that's got a 4-wheel drive and once you got much money you put on it, they go through there and make $7 and somebody has to fix that.
I guess again, if we're
get way out of the woods.
Well, I look at most of the corner realities. Are we talking walkings and we're not talking rights? Are we talking bicycles? Are we talking horses? You know, I mean, there's all these different, I mean, if it were simply looking at walking to gain access, would we mitigate most of those surface
Oh,
impacts?
Yeah, unless they, they have to get to the corner somehow.
Well, they're getting the corner through this.
We have responsibility to fix the rocks.
I'm just.
Don't like, that's where they want, and then they walk into this bathroom. Yeah, it's got, wouldn't be any problem.
I've got a couple.
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah, I think I could give a example that Quentin was looking for, that if I leased a state section and I used it for a pasture for freshly weaned calves, and Lee, my neighbor, allowed access in there during hunting season and turned a bunch of hunters loose in my pasture, it would cause a problem. And most of you people sitting here do not understand landowner to landowner relationships unless you've lived them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. Appreciate that insight.
Mhm.
Chair.
Yes.
So this conversation helps. I think of a Drew Henry asking questions during the hunting season, what's that lease doing? To Dave's point. Does walking into this represent a mitigate? If it's not that circumstance, if it's some other circumstances, walking only mitigate that impact in a consideration that Drew Henry as regional supervisor, just to paint a very specific example. So there's some mitigating pieces that are starting to come into this conversation that are helpful. When I think about the Parsons application, potential application of discretion in the pilot project nomination. Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay.
Walking and only access wouldn't have much benefit. Get a quick wilderness study area, you get there, take you 2 days, they're out of sandwich. Then you can walk across it. You see, the circumstances are all different.
Understood.
So I suspect if we were able to move forward with this as it's outlined in this APL program, and you get to a next step committee that has additional landowner input, you may be able to flesh out different.
Right, if there's, are we gonna try to have something that we can go, Travis and Katie can go appeal to somebody, we don't have any check cord, corn stuff, so it'd have to be Travis.
Yeah.
So we have to have, it looks to me like we need to use the type 2 block management where they have some control over the access and then saddle.
So those could be in the parameters. As I understand APL, the department can stand up those rules to apply that come from another.
Yep.
Another example from one of the other programs, we're considering using APL as the program to put it in.
Yep, I understand. That sounds makes sense to me. And then type 2 block management and how?
Well, type 2 is a reservation system.
No, it's a sign.
Type 1 is sign.
No, I talked about the one where the landowner has control. You don't want to do that. You want to just. The first one, the trouble with the first one is gonna be, as soon as it's public, it's gonna be inundated with hunters. Because you got an alternate section and everybody's sure Chris is sequestering some elk out there, they won't get out, and that's the way it works. If you open something up that's been cold, then everybody's sure that that's where all the big ones are at. And unless you have a way to regulate the hunt pressure, somehow or other, you're gonna be, you'll lose your guy, because he'll be gone next year. The other side of the field, yeah. That's what we're asking them. Just a few more.
Yes. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, but the public land is, I mean, and this is sensitive stuff, but the public land isn't, with the leaseholders, and I have 3 BLM license, grazing exclusive. And, I got into a conflict a few years ago with a public hunter that drove a 4-wheeler unauthorized road to an authorized road, and I told him he couldn't do that, and we got into a huge conflict and argument, some buildings, just that, and everything else. And at the end of the day, I was trying to turn someone in that's doing something wrong, but I'm, even as a leaseholder, I don't get to be involved.
No.
And
it shouldn't be.
And so, you have to, you have to be careful when you're dealing with public hunters and on public land, even if they access it illegally, that the conflict can really escalate. So it's pretty sensitive things.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah. I don't know if we've gotten through the no. But again, this is to the corner issue, not the broader access issues, I think.
Chair, that's Jason and me and whoever else, in the department might be online. I thinking about guys here, still thinking about the potential for a pilot project, if not a pilot program piece. I don't necessarily read a no to preclude the department in its discretion to explore what mitigating elements of an agreement might be thoughtful, but keep walking on the for example. So just to make it clear, that's how I read the no. The no doesn't mean that we wouldn't look. Might be something like the PLPW thinks about emphasizing the department in moments of discretion. Make sure you explore those other persons, those lessees' concerns, how to mitigate them if you're thinking about something else.
At department discretion.
Yeah.
So further, Stephanie.
Oh, I mean, realistically, we're gonna have somebody be our champion of a pilot program too. I think we want to pick somebody who won't have a neighbor conflict. So maybe they have the lease, so that way it's just not a conflict with this first pilot. I think it should be as smooth as possible. I think if this is not something we're gonna try to champion, it just feels like. Again, we're doing a lot of what ifs. We've got some excellent tools already, and I don't know.
So you're proposing with the pilot, just for the pilot, that it would be a yes. That the landowner applying would also be the leaseholder, just to make it more simple.
Just to make it smoother, so it's not.
Lowest hanging fruit. Yeah.
Agreed, thank you. I would find somebody with the least amount of conviction around the program. You want somebody that comes out of this and says, hey, this was a win for me, not, oh, now I'm gonna fight with my neighbor and this, that, and the other. So.
Yeah, we want somebody to hopefully help us perpetuate it being implicated. Okay.
Okay. Please, so what I'm understanding is that at the department's discretion in the pilot, we would look for that pilot with an answer yes on fully the public lease on that access function. Is that correct?
That's how I understand that conversation, yeah.
So online, Paul, Dave, and Donna, did you hear that? And are you good there?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Paul?
I'm good.
Basically, when you stepped out, so the clarification was that on this program, in a pilot effort, that under the aspect of public land lease required, the department would look for that to be satisfied. So yes, okay,
So it's tied to the deeded or not?
that the project that would be looked at for the pilot
Okay.
would have the
Lease.
would have a lease as a pilot.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You gotta sell it to somebody. Yeah,
Okay.
Travis.
Okay. All right.
So you missed public access open, the one with support.
How?
We did contract length, but not, would it be year round?
Oh, sorry. Follow.
So they're hunting.
I just think the town, I mean, as a pilot, why would just go with that? Is there any?
As a pilot, we want to probably take anything we can get.
Yeah.
Any objection on that? Okay. And then the question whether it's inaccessible or under accessible. This is under accessible, so it could be either, is that?
It could be either.
Yeah,
So that's looking at if it's legally inaccessible, which is no access period, or what we consider under accessible, meaning it could benefit from additional public access.
So how would you access a corner crossing? Would be under accessible or inaccessible unless you reply to the draft.
So it'd be considered inaccessible.
Yeah.
However, it may be touching another chunk of public land, which then is, accessible 5 miles away.
Right.
But by having this new access into that situation, it may benefit. Which is why we added that.
Keep it under accessible, yeah.
okay. So we're good there. And then landowners can enroll in simultaneously. Clarify that.
So is it okay that that person providing the corner solution also provides time on their private land through block?
Would it really be a pilot test if if they're already allowing people to hunt on the private land and the adjacent public land? I mean, if you really are, if our goal is to find out what is going to work for landowners to provide a corridor, what have we really gained if we go to somebody that's a long-time cooperator that's in block management and they allow access onto those lands anyway, and say, look what we've accomplished. Really, I don't think we've accomplished anything. I just think we really need to have them not be a block management cooperator or thing.
You and the Travis could give them the country to sign up.
So to your point,
Yeah.
Well, I just. It's a great point. But I think I know some properties that have portions of their places block management. Whether it be something that would allow access to the portion of the land. You want,
So you need parcel.
Yeah, that's all.
That's like, yes, but it has to be then partial, right? Right. Good point, yeah.
So, I just the other thing to keep in mind, right, is coming up, which would be the valuation, your greatest one or Craig's one. One tool may benefit versus another. So depending on what you value that public access, public land, that may disincentivize their block management role. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a good point.
we're good with it?
So that was
Yes,
yes.
Yes.
We get it, but
So I think in a pilot, your objective would be to test this rather than it's like
already accessible.
out.
Right, yeah, it's another one of those examples where
Okay. Obviously, the next one may be used to address corner to corner. No objection there, right?
I'll give it this, I'll give it this, just,
Yeah,
That's all.
okay, so now we're gonna get into compensation. So we're gonna take a quick break, come back to compensation, and then we on it with it. Maybe we've got till 2 o'clock for public comment, so let us take our public, our personal needs break, come back to lunch and get into payment.
Not so much federal, state base. Yeah, and you know, that would be interesting, with Bell County.
Okay, so we're back on. I just wanted to comment after that last session. I really appreciate the ability to hash through all these things. This is the real rubber here. And I think that's great. We're able to do that. I love it, Lee. And I say that, but not a yes. I think the challenge is to one of the pieces in here as a goal is really to be able to respect working ranches, working operations in this whole equation. And that's the challenge, is to respect that and recognize it. Like Dave said, people maybe don't understand it so well. But respect that in this process and consideration of the needs and the issues. And then also, as we have this question in front of us with the corner, specifically to look how to move it forward in a way that addresses both in a Montana way. And again, respecting that early tradition, that historic tradition. I think that's the opportunity we have that's very different from the rest of the world. Like we were talking last night a little bit about, this thing really running our lives. It doesn't have to run our lives. There's stuff going on outside here that is really inaccurate. What's in here is real. And these are the real issues that Montana people face, in a relationship together. And that's why we could make some headway. We're not going to get there perfectly. Like Dale said, maybe we don't get there at all for this, but maybe we do. Yeah. And we have to have these hard conversations and then come out with whatever resolutions we can. So I appreciate that from everybody, Dominic, Paul, everybody in the room to get to this point. So I think, Glenn, did you have?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. And I would just certainly restate all of the comments you just articulated. They're really well done. And certainly the department appreciates the candid conversation based in first person service. So thank everybody for that. And I do have a question before we move on to the next piece of the conversation to the chair's guidance, and that is we talked about the conclusion to that conversation. We are going to be already approved. In that being the circumstance of a pilot project that has the landowner and the lessee are the same person. We would ask, rather than some of the comments that Dale said, or this has to be something new, something in addition to this project. We wonder, the agency would wonder if there's tolerance also to expand the definition of low-hanging fruit to be a project that shows up whether the agency finds it, a sportsman's who finds it, the landowner who thinks it. However, that might come to the departments, and it has the landowner and the lessee as two people with the lessee supporting the project in the context of a pilot. And if that were to come to the department, that we could hear from PLT today in their recommendation that too would fall under that category of low-hanging fruit to try to see.
Basically consent fully supported.
I think that would be totally made.
Now we should be able to get straight without getting to this.
That's a yes on the lead. Do you want to hear some discussion on that? I mean, I think
If the quiet means, yeah, put that in that specific circumstance, two persons, but they're both in agreement to try the project. Lessee and the landowner. If the silence means, yeah, include that definition and you can keep your eye open for, but that's enough for us. Yeah.
anybody have any discussion of inside or opposing?
Good luck.
No, really.
No, it's good happen.
Yeah. So from Lee, good luck.
Thank you.
Is that clear enough?
Good
luck.
It's not our circumstance, so we can't help it.
Thank you. We just see that share, we just see that enough, that thinking about the pilot, and building into it as much utility as possible for the next conversation that might be a legislative session. That being an opportunity for us to have a conversation about mitigation, make sure that we meet the concern of the levy. That's the kind of stuff we're thinking about. If it doesn't show up, message heard. That's what we report, but thank you.
Doesn't help when you get to the Ds and the R, we're all in bigger. Then you get the houses, the Ds and the R and everything's on ten, so things are hard.
Okay, so we left off with type of compensation. And so kind of taking off what Lee was talking about, some of that compensation is mitigating impacts. It can be monetary, mitigating impacts, but I also think to your point, controlling access and enforcement, to me, all that's part of the compensation. Does that make sense? So where would we like to start?
Give them a big one sheet.
Yeah.
Bet you would have people like, what for this, say.
Kill the governor.
So
Nice.
when you talk about compensation, I think you're also. I don't think the line is real fine between. Or between compensation and administration of it. And when I look at compensation. And when I talked to landowners 3 years ago or whatever it was, one of their concerns was, hey, my place is outfitted. Who's going to sign this? Who's going to enforce it? Is that a cost? And does it fall in the level of compensation or under the banner of compensation, or does it fall under the banner of administration of this? Because my guess is for those landowners, if that's important to, doesn't matter, but it's something they want and it's gotta be considered as part of the cost. And when you start looking at, let's just say we use the California for the amount of compensation that we give them based on the amount of public land. And if it's one section or less, we get X number of dollars. Okay, there might be a monetary compensation that's given to that landowner. But what about the other compensations or the other costs in terms of, again, the signing, patrols, and again, it's easy to say, well, everyone has a Linux or a GPS, and they can tell where they're at. But if you're the landowner out there and you're saying, okay, I'm gonna allow them to come across my property and hunt the public land, but the rest of it's outfitted, or it's not, but I don't want them on my private land. I could see some of my landowner contacts saying, I don't want to have to go out there and guess or take my GPS unit out there, or I don't want to have to go out and mark those boundaries. If somebody's going to do that for me, so it's readily noticeable when I and the hundreds are out there, then maybe I'll be interested. And I know that's a long-winded answer, but I just think it's something that has to be considered.
Really, it's a hunter management. Is what it is.
It is hunter
And
management.
it could be reservations, when I talked to you would have tried to contact the entirely on the stage. Nobody's gonna do that, so you gotta look at how can we control access, which is probably a reservation type of management. There's gonna be signage, there's gonna be maps and rules associated with properties and everything. And all of that can come under the auspices of hunter management, to your point about dual uses at the same time, you know, or to Dave's point earlier about, you know, for this 2 weeks on shipping, so there's nothing that's open for access during this period. We're gonna be, it's closed, the access route is closed. And so there's that flexibility through Hunter Management that we currently use in other situations. I think could be applied.
I think it's what's nice about just the wording in one, you know, a couple of these being negotiable, right? It really gives them the flexibility to say whether or not they want the management, do they want them on the air, they want whatever they want. And if we find half dozen of these, you know, we might see some common threads that help give us some idea for what compensation looks like, you know, for long term. Oh, David.
Yeah, I'll ask a stupid question, but on the subject of compensation, what is appraisal value?
So actually be on acquisition, we're looking at an appraised value of purchase of right away before and after usually is how those appraisals are done. For permanent access. We don't do that on a daily basis.
Okay.
Okay. So Jason, within the program currently you have 6 under this current program. And you're applying essentially CALA types of consideration for
Like for a couple of them, a couple of them were purchases, acquisitions made a while ago, typically based on appraisal or the one we did in 17 was just the landlord said, this is my number. And we said, that sounds reasonable. Let's work with that. And we were paying $1,000 a year for access. He said, I'll pay a perpetual right away for $20,000. We ended up paying $4,000 and Sportsman's Clubs and the Health Foundation picked up to another $17,000. So it was a win-win for all. But in terms of the types, we looked at why our management pieces, which outline with administration, which could be considered a compensation, but then also it's what the committee's feelings are on their impact payment of some sort to themselves, or if it's the case of a different lessee. The only program that currently provides a license benefit is block management. So you have to be in block management to get a license benefit. So is that something the committee would consider? Again, it's kind of twofold, right? We're talking about what does this all look like as a pilot. We're also looking at what is the ideal, more long-term solutions, and sometimes that license benefit, particularly for non-resident landowners, is actually the incentive they can care less about the money.
But to that point, let's just envision a corner crossing scenario where a hunter is walking across it, he comes to public appeal, that's my familiarity, and they're gonna cross on another corner of connected pieces of BLM. The landowner says, you know what? Doesn't really matter to me if you bring a game card in here, all for the agreement, although you 6 foot wide access that for the sake of simplicity runs for 15 feet that you can walk from the corner of this public land to the corner of another public land. How much is that really worth? I mean, when we start talking about other types of access programs and you talk about impact payments and you put 2 posts out there and you have somebody walking through a corridor that's 6 feet wide and 15 feet long, how much is it truly worth to pay that entity? And you know, the other thing to think of, if it's If it's a mile walk in there to that corner from the county road up through parcel A, and you get into the next parcel, and then you have a 15-foot wide swath of walking to get into another parcel of public land, and it's all walking. What's truly the impact to that? And obviously, I think if you talk to some landowners, they're gonna say, yes, there's a real impact here. And like I said yesterday, my feeling is that those landowners aren't gonna say, you know, out of goodness of my heart, just come on in and walk through there. They're gonna want some level of impact payment. But to determine what that is, it's gonna be a challenge. I think it's really different than if you are in a PALA program and you have 6 miles of 2-track trail lane driving across in some instances, as opposed to a very, very short and narrow strip of land that you're walking across. And do I have the answer to that? I don't, but I think it's something that we really need to think about. What does it look?
I think it's gonna look different. I mean, if it's a mile walk in, that piece of property is fantastic and it's in the middle of elk mega area. It might be, you know, worth more than just corner crossing through the middle of a field to access birds, but maybe the birds are more valuable. I don't know. I think it's just super case by case. I think either way, it's still access.
And I'm not promoting either one. I just think it's quite that this group needs to talk about.
I think I already said it, Chris. And so when people are gonna look at that, think about the corner stuff, like that deal was up there. The only part is, the same entity had control of that, you only talk about half of the country. As you would have written a chunk of BLM. With the pouch. The whites all lead into the greens all public. And so you're, even if you compensate the pallet, you're only compensating half. Half. Unless they're, are you out there on the other section? Is that on the question? What's that? Is it possible to have it in a public access agreement and still outfit? Not really, you can't say, well, this section you can hunt, this section you can't. There are no ways. I don't think so. No. Yeah, you can do that. No, you can theoretically, but elk doesn't take you how long to go across.
But I think those are just the realities, of the type of access that people are wanting to get onto. You know, that's really not our problem. I mean, it is the access that you're getting. Whether it's one section onto another section or, you know, as these show in panels, it opens up one.
Right.
So it is the challenge how to quantify that. I'm not so sure it's the type of access, roadway access, all that. It's just what you're accessing, maybe the value subjectively to that one, you know, getting it onto one section. And if you look at PALA, not saying this is the right thing, but PALA on that plot rate on a section was 800 plus 250 for one section. So $1,000, 1,050.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that's right, but that's.
Well, we've already said fresh.
And that's sort of what they use, but they can negotiate that within this program. So is it the type of easement that's going to it, or is it just the land that you're getting off the street?
And I don't know the answer for that yet, but
Yeah.
I think that's a really valid question to ask.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm gonna guess the term impact is relative to land or whatever you put up with, but because I could see, you know, if there's not, then I can see, well, maybe it's looking at it another way, what's the impact of hunter? Like, what does that access provide that allows the impact opportunity as a hunter? So.
Yeah, the term impact payment is for specifically block management. determined it's that way for a number of reasons, but one of them is that the statute explains or suggests, and it does explicitly state that the payment we provide is an impact payment for payment for impacts.
Right.
The public access land agreements or PALs are not that way, where it's more of an access. When it comes to block management, it's impact.
Thank you. Yep, I'd be really curious to see what landowners, again, if we present them with the idea and ask them what it's worth to them. Knowing that we already have a little bit of a baseline with Pala and gets us a pretty good barometer, but it'll be, and just not education perspective, it'd be interesting to see what they tell us or what they request of us. Well, we get established on the impact, if you will, that the department would put into consideration signing the potential, whether it's weed impact or garbage or whatever it might be, that's part of the consideration. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's semantics, but it's really important semantics.
Yeah. Do we need to specify it
as a part of payments for impacts or payment correct?
Yes. And you're using.
Yeah, in a way, the payment you're providing, actual monetary payment, is not to offset impacts from allowing public access when it's a walk-in only situation and a short distance. There's still potentially some impacts there. I mean, what I guess in my mind, what I'm doing is I'm separating the actual impact or monetary payment for access from some other discussion we had earlier about how can we mitigate the public access that's provided. Now, it could be weeds, it could be fences, it could be replacement time or reimbursement time for the cattle that are scattered. Like there's ways there that you could also provide compensation that are not directly tied to just that point analysis. So that I don't know if it's clear to thought, but I want to point of view. Thoughts too,
But, you know, I think that that's a starting point, though. I kind of agree, I think it was Drew or Craig that mentioned that we have the formula set up in town. And when and if there's negotiations with a landowner, I think that's a really great place to start. So, okay, there's something that's right here, and this is what we're offering. And it would be up to the Jerusalem, what Holton, the Travises and other people to say, you know what, to Stephanie's point, this would really be great access to have. They could get into tremendous number of potential for help down in here. And you know what, maybe Jerusalem, you know, instead of $1,000 to get access into this section, then it's worth double that. So I would hate to have it stone or shorter. I do think there should be some type of cap. I don't think it should be wide open, but I do think there's reason to have to play in there. And like for other things, the department when we've talked about some of the block management evaluations and some of the earlier years and kind of going up out trail, but we had concerns in terms of how different regions would value certain things. And it was my understanding, you know, that some of the regional access management got together and say, hey, we need to find a level of consistency. And I would think something similar would happen when you started negotiating quote quarter access value certain for payments.
yeah, that's what we did when we started with PALs specifically, and prior to that, we're obviously consistency a lot, but that's kind of what we do with PALs anyway, as part of our internal process to bring consistency is that the access managers all meet together to bring their proposals, to discuss that collectively as an access team before they take it back to the regional PLW. Actually, it's a process that before you guys ever see it, then okay, Leonard says this, we think this, What do you guys think? And then it goes on from there. Collectively, we try to be as fair to all landowners as we can and look at the access opportunities being provided. To make sure, again, recognize everything is negotiable, right? That's the starting place, is that everything's negotiation, but we also want to be consistent and fair in how we apply the rules of program.
You know, there's different add-ons that look great in Pella beyond the base. I don't know how you folks have been utilizing Pella to determine this at this point. But for example, we had a discussion about how many acres. So there are 3 categories there on a flat rate. Up to 160, up to 320, and 640. And then you go through the various additions to that. And I think they were fairly well thought out for Pella. And some of them aren't going to apply to many of these if you will, you know, especially if they're 1 or 2 seconds, you'll be pretty straightforward. So is it enough of a structure? I mean, you're already utilizing it for us just to recommend to work out of that payment schedule.
That would be my suggestion, because they're gonna look at it. And obviously, that's again, and there some sidelights to do it. You're only, if you do the full checkerboard, you're only looking at half. Country, you know, big lot of deal, and homesteads.
Yeah, well, and if we look at, we don't go to Dave, in that regard, if we look at UPL, you know, it would take 4 agreements to get to 3,000. It would take 3 seconds to get to 3,000 per pound. So it's a fair bit more money in that opportunity if that was the application.
How many opportunities doesn't have multiple opportunities?
Yeah, I'm just talking.
Yeah, so that's another consideration.
Right.
How many times you gonna let them do it? Because yeah, chop it all up to maximize the amount.
Dave?
Yeah, this is just another area, in my opinion, that if we could get landowner input, you would get a lot of different ideas and a lot of good ideas. Thank you.
For that. Yeah. So I guess are we comfortable, we want to do something more in compensation, monetary, other than the Pella scoring?
Could I just add one comment? By using the Pella score authority for the evaluation as a starting point for compensation, it starts to put some consistency between Pella and the other program. We negotiate corner crossing, and all of a sudden we pay a huge amount of money for, and you chosen words, but a larger amount of money for a section of land that's corner crossed. What ramifications will that have for people that in Pella and say, my neighbor has corner crossing, you're paying him X amount of money to access one section. I'm in Pella and I've given you access to 10 sections and the payment is essentially the same. I just think, again, you need to be careful just what the trickle down impacts might be if you start negotiating and getting too wide a discrepancy amongst programs.
Are those agreements, are the payments and the agreements available like publicly, or is that like something people can look up, like what do X, Y, and Z make in there?
It's usually to public request to provide agreements, you don't provide that. The projects are the site.
Right, but not the cost.
Right, the valuation of project is all private. That's a great point, Dale. I think the other balance we have to walk is, and as part of that survey is. You can set the value, which we know is $1,000 for Palo. We know it's set a $700 tax credit. We've seen what the enrollment is for those programs. At the same time, you look at what is it going to take to incentivize lender participation and not upset, your other programs. And so that's what we're trying to balance that thought process of like, what is the more you pay, the more likely you'll see interest. The more you pay, the more likely you'll also negatively impact your other existing tool set.
Which is always going to bring it back to having this full access program, this one access program with the box checked. How do you want to apply your access program as a cooperator so they're not competing with each other, the programs? Or playing against each other. It just seems like that's always, and again, I think UPL lost because of PAL. I mean, it's just a natural thing, that it's more effective. So. But I also don't know how often you're gonna get into this whole flat rate plus all the add-ons in a form. And I think that's the devil in the details when you look at these. How do you apply that in a prudent manner to begin with?
Ideal situation, we have 4 sections, we get $100, L can, EL, and everybody on all of the chase the alcohol, you can get on, you can watch for it. Okay.
So it sounds like they're from the committee's tolerance or desire for a license benefit was not part of the compensation package for this at all. What about, I don't want to take it too long, but improvements? So cattle guards, gates, gravel, culverts, things like that that will improve or facilitate public access. Is that?
I wouldn't apply a corner crossing.
Well, it depends on if you're putting in a walk-through gate into your fence for the public not to traverse. Are we gonna reimburse for that, or is that on the landowner to use their monetary payment to cover that impact? Kind of the struggle we balance with.
I think for me, is I would not see that as money that we would expect the private landowner / permittee to pay. If there's a fence there, it may be a real carrot to say, you know what, we'll put in a walk-through gate here. And some of the gates that Fish Wildlife and both parks put in are really good gates, and they're walk-through gates that you're not climbing over the individual's fence, and pretty soon the staples are out of the posts or whatever else. I mean, it might be a really good carrot for that person to say, yeah, you know what, if you want to do that, I'm fine with it. Now, unless there is something long-term, I can't see us putting in a $20,000 cattle guard for a 1-year agreement, and maybe not even a walk-through gate for a 1-year agreement, but maybe on a 3-year agreement, say, you know what, we'll come in and we'll put in a really good gate that the hunters can access, and maybe it's a gate that has a 4-foot metal fence in it to where, yeah, I'll allow you to bring your horses in here, and this will allow your horses to come through, but I don't want a side-by-side or a pickup coming through and it allows for that. So yeah, I think that should be part of the compensation or the cost of doing business.
I think we should offer a step that, if you guys know.
I'm so glad you suggest with that one?
It could be as simple as a style, right? To say that, it could be as simple as a style. But I think to your point, Dale, it's great because that then gives the department a little bit of leverage or incentive to the landowner for those multi-year deals, which is ultimately not, longer duration partnerships.
There's a beautiful one that is on a fishing access site in Lewistown. It's a nice metal gate. It's about this wide, big enough, but you know, you can go through on one of the fishing access sites there. Off the gate, I could see that being super beneficial. It's metal. Always better, always perfect.
And like you said, it reduces a lot of those potential conflicts that come with rooming gates and rooming fences and things like that.
Well, maybe we can clearly note the access point.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just.
Shows like it's clear, cut, dry.
Yeah, I think you're like, chance stuff.
You can't take your e-bike. If you take the battery off,
I could take an elk over a ladder like that, so.
but I think that's a great, whether it's gate, whatever's needed,
Right.
there would be consistency too, so it'd be identifiable. Maybe that's a really good. A simple introductory to here's the access point. We help provide it if you want it. Whatever. Just get one of those ladders that's in the pictures. And have it there.
Take it down, the cows can roll over the feet.
Again, I would just say yes, leave that in the language, so it's part of the discussions, part of our toolbox.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm hearing aligning with Pala.
Yes.
Pala has payment to landowner, improvement reimbursement, and hunter management.
Mhm.
And I'm a little reluctant to say improvement reimbursement. Because it may be in the best interest of the department and the public for Fish, Wildlife and Parks to either have their personnel or to actually pay to have that type of, walk-through gate installed. If you ask, let's say, we'll pay you to go in and do that, it's like, that, I just don't have time for that. We'd love to have it. If you want to do that, yes, that's even more reason for us to sign up for the program. So I know it's a small distinction, but I just don't think we want to say it'll just be reimbursed. I think could be some scenarios where the Fish and Wildlife Department would pay for the installation of a setting.
And I think we've seen in Palo more lately that there is an issue there that we need to maybe address at some point in the near future about that type of improvement. If you're talking with the bridge, certainly there isn't a safeguard for that right now.
Yeah, I think to your point, that we see a number of cooperators through Palo who are requesting that as part of their agreement. But the follow through to expect the lender to do the work and then submit invoices to us and pictures, and it's usually not happening at a large scale. So we got a number of people who want the reimbursement for improvements, but then actually never follow through with improvements. So I think actually a defense contractor or somebody that can come through and help do that in situations where it's possible, not everything's possible.
It's all multi-year.
Yeah, you have to look at some kind of stipulation on a 3-year agreement or a 5-year agreement. Right now, we do it based it on up to $1,000 per year. So if you're in a 3-year, you get up to $3,000. That's just how a lot of those calendars got put in. So that's the cost. So that's.
So how it happened.
50. Per agreement.
Why should it be that? Why can't we make it less?
It's not even.
Well, it's state, that's the power. Right? So you would get that restructuring, you do it. Exactly.
You guys looking through the areas where there's more of these opportunities, can you see that level of access? There are landowners who could provide that much, whether or not they're willing to do that is a question, but could there be landowners that have lots and lots of acres to open up? Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a bunch there north of Terry. Well, Calypso, there's a whole chunk of it out there to Terry Madden. Belongs to a couple families.
But it's not generally checkerboarded,
Bunch of that, bunch of
not much. But if you go north of Goldstein.
Yep.
There's some huge ranches that have a lot of checkerboard acres. And under the right scenario, there could be a lot of access. Now, I'm not in any way suggesting they'd be a willing participant, but there is enough checkerboarded land on some of those ranches that I could see paying that amount of money for the right kind of access provided to them. Probably not walking from the county road and it's 20 miles of checkerboard and you can walk all the way through it, but you know, it's a combination of walking and driving. I think there could be some potential for $15,000.
There are a bunch there, Eagle Marks, up there going towards Sand Spring.
That's right, I think you can up there and back to the east as well. What's that?
Better take the water jump.
It's good water up there, what are we talking?
The other thing in this conversation to keep in mind is that earlier you said you were comfortable with annual to perpetual. So if you were to install a cap, your perpetual easement would probably hit that cap, no, go beyond it.
I don't think anybody's gonna go perpetual, I think you corner crossing.
And again, I think this is what this is more of a long-term solution thing that we're talking about. I think in the short term, the simple piece might be to maybe just make it align with Powell. So that we know what that is. Or somewhere in it out there. Yeah, I think what we can give is that guidance to run that through here, because you're gonna see, you know, to get to, you know, like that on for 10,000 plus acre in itself is $6,000. Just that, but all these others apply potentially too, up to that cap. But I wouldn't imagine have you done any that hit the 15?
Not on an annual basis, but on a perpetual basis. Yeah, we've done some right of way acquisitions and then also worked with the other foundation to purchase 40 acres of Red Hill Road. That was an APL project that we acquired 40 acres.
Which is great, because in the end game, that's what you want. No. Yeah. Okay. So you get on.
Yeah, I'm hearing Alan, except allow for both reimbursement for improvements or that we could install or pay for improvements for the landowner.
Would be time enough for the first pilot, if pilots going to be from here.
Yeah.
You wouldn't buy that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that sufficient, Jason? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Season length and restrictions.
Yeah, they're on it for 6 months and
This allows it, they all allow it.
Yeah, they're all that the ability exists. And what we're trying to do there is look at restricting time periods of access. So if it's 2 weeks or a month period or whatever is convenient to the landowner in terms of when they would prefer not to have public access at that point. Usually it's ag operations related. Sometimes it's fire danger related.
Okay. The funding is there, and as we understood it right now, there's about $500,000 available. And approval authority again, rests within the department itself. So, any other concerns within those discussions or those parameters of the program? Any other question marks from the department for that application? Dave, sorry.
Wondering on that season length restrictions, what I'm wondering about is a lot of times the start of the archery season is really right in the fire season. Who makes the decision whether that could be backed off 2 weeks or not? Is that the department decision or is that the landowner decision?
It's a collaboration. Usually the landowner requests it, and we work with them to make that happen.
Okay.
The county.
Well, it's just like Birmingham, so they're not gonna stop public access. So. Yeah, no campfires, that kind of stuff, but yeah, as far as the public using the property to gain public access, that's usually a request of the landowner. March that is okay, something.
Unfortunately, fire season's 12 months out of the year.
Yeah. Not today, but here.
So, right after the wind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay.
The one topic that was brought up in terms of compensation earlier was compensation for mitigation of impacts. Not perhaps the lessee, but potentially the same one and the same. Currently, like Block provides a 5% contract bonus for weed management, the agreed use of funds for weed management. We don't have anything currently that would provide for reimbursement of like property damage. That's one of the obstacles, but just be thinking about that too, as far as we discussed briefly, and Dave brought up. It's just an area that we struggle with and concerns that landowners have when we're talking about willingness to allow public access. They're concerned, what if my water tank is shut? Or what if my fence is cut? What if my cow is shot? We kind of have that one covered a little bit through our livestock loss reimbursement. Except for when it's on DNRC lands, but there's some of that mitigation of impacts that probably should be looked at from a compensation perspective as well.
So do you think those are all known? Do you think you guys in the field typically know what those impacts are going to be? Stuff that then the department needs to measure that and respond to. I mean, I know you do anyway, but with a new program.
Travis or Todd or Drew, if you guys have any regional hospitals or more direct negotiation. Those are usually the issues that I hear.
I was gonna say Paul had his hand up, but I see you put it down, so sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Paul.
It's okay.
Okay, are we at a point where we're looking at other incentives right now, or?
Sure.
Well, I've always thought that I think we could get more landowners involved if we could afford to have hunt coordinators. And I think a lot of these landowners just don't want to deal with all the time it takes to, check people in and out, check on them, or do whatever they're doing and make sure they're obeying the rules and stuff. I think a hunt coordinator would be advantageous to getting some landowners involved.
Okay.
I would see that useful in like, if it was a big area, but if it's just like one section, that would be. expensive thing. To have somebody sit there and take phone calls and whatnot, but
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Yeah,
They're talking about the compensation part of it. To me, it's gonna be really dependent on what service is being provided. I mean, if you're truly only providing walking access, and especially if the department is putting a walk through the gate, what measurable impact is it going to be there? And I think that would be very hard to define. Now, on the other hand, if there's a 2-track trail and the landowner says, yeah, if you pay me this amount of money, you can take the vehicle in there, then I think it opens up a whole not a discussion, whether it be weeds, damaged roads, whatever the case may be. But if it's simply, we're going to put in, walk through gated, and you provide me X amount of compensation, we can walk through here. Largely the compensation for damages, I think is largely the point.
I mean, I guess that would have to be within the discretion of the department, within those opportunities. If it's a walk-in, then it's these considerations. If it's a drive-in, there could be additional considerations.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So just looking about some of those points we have on there, there's any of those that impact where we're at with that. I mean, we kind of talked about, it says down there, under distribution, but whatever the rules are on that place with that landowner to be in place, put in place for that type of access. I guess that all falls with that.
One thing that was mentioned earlier today, I think maybe by Lee on positive, when he suggested not advertising these, but I just don't know that the department can do that. I don't know that he can spend public money and then hide it from the public. I mean, but I think there's other methods if you need to limit the amount of users that cannot publicize. And I didn't hear anybody really promote that. I heard mentioned, but I just don't think that's really something that the public would tolerate of the department.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked earlier about technology getting into the information release, I think that's where it has to go once this all rolls anyway. It's got to be centralized, whether it's printed somewhere or electronically. Yeah, I think everybody is in agreement with that. Okay. So any other thoughts come to mind? Right now, we're at that point of recommending all that to be considered by the department. Like I said, I suspect you'll have at least one more go at this, but hopefully some of us and some additional stakeholders in looking at this, if that is helpful. So as far as the next step, anybody see anything else?
Where does it go from here? What is the next step?
I think, Chair, please, our perspective is department staff sit here and those that might be listening on. Literally, our next step is packaging this up, making sure the director understands all of this output, the LPW to the department. That would be the literal next process step. Options after that, for sure, next step include further vetting. Ultimately, we could see, as I think about it, and some of the conversations, of course, getting lunch, how to, to use this recommendation as an example, how do we get it out in the public? As an ask, as an opportunity, as an intent, as a pilot, and making some determination about that. And I can see that happening, not disconnected from this standing, but maybe those are updates, maybe those are the chairs, not the speaker, the chair. Yeah, maybe there was also a meeting of this body as is, or maybe to the point of, again, the chair's comment was maybe there's sufficient respectively for several inputs from some of the members that beefing up, if that's the way to say it, some of the direct experiences and interests that the landowner might have. For example, a person that's not like we have before, maybe a town was running again, this focus. So again, the first step for sure, packaging this up and making sure the director understands what you have needed on or good. And then those are potential next steps from there. That answers.
That's helpful. Because I was wondering, okay, you'll draw this, bring it back to the LPW, but it's making the other kind of thought was, I think giving you enough lot at this point, and you can take it, massage it, present it to the entities that you need to present it to, and then at some point in time, one of our future meetings, you can give us an update, what changes, where it's at, but in a roundabout way, I'm saying, I don't think you need to necessarily put something together, come back to this group before it goes on to the upper leadership of Fish Wildlife Parks. It just seems like it be necessary. So that's kind of appreciate it.
We certainly see a lot of substance here that you put on the table for us. Like, we would agree, certainly with the tolerance of the chair and the council, but we would agree with it.
We're not gonna have a press release at 3:00 that says PLPW solves.
I still we could, we thought in advance that you would be willing to do.
Sure. I do have one question, make sure and maybe you guys, Jason and Quentin are understanding this, but we have the word pilot written up here, but what I'm understanding as you all continue with your conversation, that this would be a starting point, but a lot of these concepts could transfer to a longer term program. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, Renee, that's the first bite for sure.
Yep.
And, I think as you folks look through all that, I would hope that if there's specific problems that we've overlooked in that, you would bring them back to us. I know that there's gonna be that opportunity in the future. It could certainly be at the next scheduled meeting, or if it needed to be in advance, we would certainly organize a Zoom to bring that in. So I would just anticipate that could be, there's gonna be things that we've put forward in this program that are getting grasped maybe, and we just need to address it if they need that. And then additionally, I think once it's there, looking at the stakeholders, we talk a lot about the landowner and then on the public side, to make that presentation understood and get that feedback, and then the buy-in to go forward with it. Then to Drew's point, that it's a market, so we let that stuck. It did. Yeah, maybe we'll buy Lee a steak tonight. Have a sizzle. But as we went through like Palo, we did, it took a few times. This has been pretty quick, obviously, and I think it's a good start. I hope that it gives the department enough to work with to begin that process, and other folks can add good input into it, and fine tune it. And we can get there. Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly to support all of that, you know, whether it be clarification on the, how to say it, maybe as we package it up, and then the director in detailed fashion. Sheriff certainly look to stay connected with you, and maybe there's a hole suddenly that appears that we do that, we certainly.
Yeah.
Just make sure we've got it right to the point of communicating where you today.
Yep. Okay.
And then certainly not to preclude anybody continue to think about the home. And then also, assuming to get a pilot of these communicated, announced the civil, there's some response that we can in a positive way engage. That too would also represent another path that we can figure, you know, post, you know, if that goes forward that way, post that implementation, they doing a diligent job of assessing what worked well, what didn't might have such a big advantage. Just for example, painting next steps in a general way here today.
Okay. All right. So in a few minutes before public comment, I guess not really to completely wrap this up and head into the next piece, but you know, I think on where, at least in this part of the meeting, not so much yesterday with our report, which we'll talk about it again. You know, how I would wonder also how we help communicate this message, you know, about being cooperative, about the relationships and that being so important to the past and important to the future. Not exactly sure how we can help other than individually in that, but I think we need to be aware of that. And we've all seen a lot of the rhetoric, and it's pretty damn unfortunate. You know, all the parties engaged in this are critical to the success of access and hunting opportunity. So I appreciate yesterday's public comment that was very positive and constructive. And I think encouraging that going forward and flushing all that and engaging these folks as we've talked, you know, maybe some of the local sportsmen's groups, maybe some of the other organizations will be helpful in finding these projects and the department implementing them. I think that's just the only way this can go forward in a positive way, even though this isn't the complete fix. And, you know, I know all of you are very much interested in being productive with whatever input and contribution you make in your own area and in your own life. You know, again, as it was said yesterday, it's just not us, you know, it's not just Leon, his place, me over in Western Montana wanting to bow hunt. It's all of us together, putting our minds to this solution for this particular question. And in perspective, just to wrap myself up, you know, we saw what the success of these programs is, and they're very, very, very substantial. And this should be a simple matter of addressing this part of it. And I hope the rest of the folks that have been engaged in this can continue to be productive in providing that commentary, and they can blow off the shaft, you know, the stuff that's counterproductive, and where they can to stop it. Because we need the cooperation between hunters, landowners, general public, the agencies. We all know that. And it's just really frustrating to see the divisiveness that is absolutely unnecessary and can't help us solve these problems. You know, we have to have that cooperation.
Just in a while, way to do it wild and everybody gets involved. Remember when the wolves, man, when the buffalo and all that. This Montana's not Wyoming, a lot of Montana solution, nobody gets in.
Yeah.
We can be agreeable, disagree without being disagreeable.
Well said.
Yeah. I read a book not too long ago, my wife picked up for me. And it's simply titled Henry Stephen. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it. There's a lot of history in there that I had never known from the early days of cattle in Montana. From this part of the world over into where Henry Stephen found his way and his place over near Helena. And it was just fascinating to me to read that and how adaptable he was through his history. But it really put a great picture on what Montana is. I understand it was all agriculture, but that is part of the founding of the land that we have. And without it, wildlife has worked in existing without it. Definitely preachy, but if you want to read a good book that connects to like Lee's history, I mean, I think yours is like.
What's the name of the book?
Henry Stephen.
Is it who did it, Oklahoma Press, or just?
Oh, I don't remember.
My wife.
I'll look it up. I'll send it to you. But it just brings that to mind that we have that heritage and then we bring it into the whole conservation world on the land. So. Okay. Anybody have any additional comment in that regard?
So I do have a question. So the idea is to engage our areas to see if there's any cooperative that might want to do it and forward it to whom.
Federal weathers or regional access members as well. Help facilitate some of that.
Think you guys consider more than one.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't, I guess I wouldn't be shy in turning down, if you have willing landowners. Don't just identify a problem site, because we probably identify problem sites too, but if you've got willing landowners, please send them our way, because we're more than happy to have those conversations. So not every project makes it from start to finish.
Okay. So. And we've tentatively set our next meeting for August 20th. That particular meeting is set to address. We would get a budget update that would give us the final on where the budget stands. I think at that point in time, which is one of our main priorities is to report on the status of the access program budget and how that looks. And then a final review of our report to EQC and to the administrative director of government. Okay, so that again is tentatively set for August 20th on Zoom.
Yeah, it'll be a morning, maybe the 12:30 or on, ideally.
You're gonna meet.
Yes,
Yeah, that'd be Zoom.
Yep. Unless we need to meet before then. My goal right now is to have you guys a final report in by the 6th of August. So it gives you 2 weeks to look at it before the meeting. That's kind of the time when we try to operate with these meetings, is getting out everything to you all in the public, at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, and as we've kind of thrown in there, if we do need to get back together, be looking for that if it does pop up for a Zoom in the interim of this. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right.
And again, I mean,
Please.
and again, leaving, just making it clear, leaving the director of meeting deal with reps and interest in gathering all of this party and some others too. So appreciate you reminding her and keeping your eyes, or at least your that thought and back in mind about the timeline here for the book.
Yep. Thanks, Gwen. All right. So I think we're up for public comment. Again, see, Dale.
Could I ask just a quick question before we get to public comment, maybe addresses that to Quentin? Renee, this Coin Crossing issue obviously brought out a lot of public interest. I would not be surprised when I got home if I did not have somebody from the press call me. Should we be referring those questions back to the director's office? Should we answer them? Any guidance they would give us?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I mean, you'll always feel comfortable relaying, forwarding that call to us. That being said, through the lens of your own experience as we engage the question, we're also comfortable with you in your discretion, asking the question to the degree you can as a sitting council member that has gone through this process now. So we wouldn't want to take that away from you unless that's something you wanted to hand over to us. We would maybe I would add also just an emphasis on, the theme that the chair has led the conversation during the last couple of minutes. This is about, and I would say it this way, it's not about the debate about who, we're trying to keep it not as a debate about who's right or what works. And this is not the legal conversation. This is the access program. Does that help us?
It does. Again, hasn't happened. Maybe at one other time, we might use some PLW, but I think we have really had an issue that had as much immediate public interest as the corner crossing farm. And I just thought, what surprised me if that happened. For me, I need a little bit of advice and how I might handle that.
Appreciate the question. It's my perspective. You can have person engagement. Then put a council asked to serve on these things. Well, so we would not want to take the opportunity for you to engage person in that venue away from, unless, like I say, fun thing. Yes.
Who do we hand it over to? Who would be the best contact?
You could reach out to any one of them. Feel free to hand over contact information or get back to us and say, hey, could you call this person? However the circumstance. Or as a substitute for your engagement, or you want to add, you would ask us to follow up. Anything that helps you with having circumstances. But again, we are fine and comfortable with just getting one answer to the lens of your first written experience. Oh, goodness, certainly welcome.
Appreciate that.
Gotta watch out for those PBS inquiries.
It's up. Yeah, I just would say, Dale and Matt, I appreciate that question. You folks, this is a public meeting. You've all had your say and offered your comments. And as that happens, automatically in our communities, if you don't feel comfortable with the answer, you're very capable of deferring that to where it needs to go. And I think it's good if we can, in the areas we are, to make that comment back when we know what we need to say. And I think people in your community really appreciate it. I saw some stuff that's really off base and in some folks I know, and they left it as a question mark. So yeah, and that's not media, but it happens to be that way too. So I encourage you to do what you feel comfortable doing. And yeah. Okay. So again, time for public comment, and I just ask that you identify yourself, first name, last name, who you represent, where you're from. And we'll start with in the room, and if you're online and would like to comment, please go ahead and raise your hand now, and we'll get those going in order. Okay, well, let's start with in the room. Any public comments?
My name is Jonathan Jameson. I'm from Litch, Montana. I represent Precinct 9 for the Democratic Party, and I'm running for Senate District 1. And everything I saw in the last 2 days here was amazing from everybody sitting at these tables. I like the back and forth that you guys have. And I don't really have much comment on it because I'm pretty new to this. But looking forward to our future, this is going to be a generational thing where it's going to be a bigger and bigger problem as we move through time. So making sure we're getting this right on corner crossing, it is going to be pretty key. The one thing I am a little bit concerned about is invasive weed migration. I know it doesn't seem like too big a deal, but more access for people and understanding where they're going. The spread of invasive weeds will be a problem, and I think our natural resources for plants is a big deal for just our wildlife. So that's what I got to say. You guys did awesome. I learned so much, and I hope the public learned a lot from this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Any other public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none, public comment online again. Name, spell your last name, where you're from, and who you represent.
First up is Kevin Farron. Chair BL committee members, Kevin Farron here again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. Thanks again for another robust discussion. I always struggle with limiting my comments after listening all day, but I promise to be as brief as possible, and I appreciate the willingness to listen to our thoughts. As was mentioned today, corner crossing or the reality of inaccessible public lands aren't new issues. They may be more visible now, but they're certainly not new. These access programs and solutions aren't new either. Yet 80% of inaccessible lands remain inaccessible. Why is that? We have access coordinators across the state. We have half a dozen programs offering all forms of flexibility in terms of who, when, where, how people can utilize access. We've increased landowner compensation virtually across the board. We've dropped the hammer on fines and penalties for rule breakers. And to encourage more enrollments, we've changed eligibility requirements for PALAs, going from 2 miles to 1 mile in terms of how we define under accessible. Yet the predicament remains. So again, why is that? What haven't we done? The elephant in the room appears to be the prohibition found in many of these programs where landowners are not eligible unless they hold that grazing lease on the public land too. This is incredibly limiting. Since this PALA legislation, for example, was introduced in 2019, there have been concerns about this and how by allowing this prohibition enables the "that's my ranch" fallacy to persist. These public lands are not truly part of anyone's ranch. They may be important to their operation, but ranchers don't own these lands or hold or pay for access rights on these public parcels. The public can and should still be able to access their multiple use federal public lands or their state lands, lands that hunters actually pay for annually to allow for public access. Sure, the public being on public land that a rancher is used to treating as their own is probably an inconvenience. But is that a legitimate reason to prevent access to public lands? And we hear you on leaseholders feeling burned by their neighbors getting compensated for opening access to public lands that they themselves lease. We would agree that we should amend the programs to allow leaseholders the right of first refusal for that compensation. But if a leaseholder refuses, should there really be something stopping their neighbor from exercising their private property rights of allowing the public to walk across their land to access adjacent public land? I certainly don't think we should be trying to legislate neighborly relations. Let's let the neighbors figure that out. If there are legitimate operational or safety concerns from leaseholders, let's hear them on a case-by-case basis. But we shouldn't be prohibiting access without hearing those concerns in a public forum, which is exactly what the new block corridors program attempts to do. Candidly, we fear that we may be underemphasizing how many of these inaccessible or corner-to-corner public lands are leased to graze livestock, how many of these lease lands are outfitted by those leaseholders, and how unwilling those leaseholders then become to open access to these public lands. We fear that's what's really going on here. And in this scenario where the leaseholder has great incentive to keep the public off of public land, it really won't matter how much compensation is offered, or if liability is covered, or if a hunter behavior is improved, or what the program is called, or if it sizzles. Public access to public lands won't be opened and the problem won't be solved. Finally, I'll leave you with this food for thought. We've heard a lot of legitimate landowner concerns today regarding allowing the public to access public lands. We take those concerns seriously, we do. But bear with me here. If you owned a ranch, how many acres of your own deeded lands would you be okay with not being able to access and utilize? 25% of those acres? 20%? 10%? I'm guessing that number is close to 0. It's your deeded land, and you understandably so would feel the right to access and utilize all of it. Not 75%, but all of it. This reasonable desire to access your own ranch certainly wouldn't grant you the ability to break any laws, but we would understand your frustration and relentless drive to remedy that hypothetical problem. And that's exactly what's happening here for public landowners. It's not unreasonable, nor are the concerns from landowners and leaseholders. Recognizing that is a good first step, and I thank you for that. With that, thanks for considering these viewpoints again for 2 great days of conversation. Hopefully the rain doesn't prevent you from your field trips, and safe travels home.
Thank you, Mr. Farren. Don't go away.
Next up is Carly Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name's Carly Johnson, Karli Johnson, common spelling, and I'm with the Montana Farm Bureau Federation. I want to echo the thanks for the quality conversation and all the work that you guys are doing to balance 2 core Montana values in access to the outdoors and private property rights. Montana Farm Bureau has been a longtime supporter of PALA and are excited about the idea of using that as a framework for a pilot project to expand access programs. And we worked as one of the stakeholders in that group to put that framework together and are very happy with the outcome so far and are happy to continue to engage in those conversations. We really appreciate the neighborly approach that you're looking at here. I'd just add a little color to the conversation around leases, the leasee piece here, and providing access to parcels that the lease may not be held on. So a little different way to think about it maybe is that the leasee is responsible for providing the management of that land. And those responsibilities include things like noxious weed control, they include things like picking up the trash and all those things. And that's why the leasee is a part of that, needs to be a part of that conversation. And I can appreciate the perspective of the previous speaker and many of you in the room as well. But I think understanding that, and the idea is that by engaging with the leasee, you can work together to find a solution. And sometimes the solution may not be able to be found, but the hope is that there would be. But by railroading them, that doesn't help anybody. So I'd just flag that for an alternative perspective there. And again, thank you for the good conversation, and thank you for looking to PALA, because we're excited about that. The other thing I would say is Montana Farm Bureau is the state's largest general ag organization, and many of our members are private landowners, and they may not be the private landowners that are engaged in public access programs. So we would be happy to help get out the word. We have a magazine and newsletters, or if you wanted to do some sort of virtual meeting with our membership, we would be open to any of those types of conversations as well. So happy to help any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Next is Russell Fruits.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, gotcha, Russell.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Russell Fruits, Fruits. I'm here in Helena, and I am representing the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for your continued commitment to connecting Montanans with the land that they love. Corner crossing is straightforward. We maintain that where public lands share a corner, hunters can walk from one to the other. No private land is traversed, no program is needed, and landowners that have been partners with Montana hunters for generations, and nothing in this conversation threatens that relationship. Tools like UPL and PALA exist for a reason, and we support their intent. A pilot program that garners wide support from landowners would be very welcome, and we'd hope that it would extend beyond just repackaging existing programs. As part of the BHA's Corner Crossing Survey GIS program, we are willing to step up and work with PLPW and landowners to identify, mark corners, help with ladders, gates, and to place signage. Actually, whatever's necessary to secure safe and legally supported access to public lands. Our board and membership is committed to working with all of the stakeholders around this issue. And we appreciate all the effort that has gone into this the last couple days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fruits.
Next is Scott.
Can you hear me? Scott Gibbs.
Yep.
Okay, very simple. I've been to quite a few meetings. I've listened to this. I used to be manager of Sportsman Ski House in Kalispell, Montana. So I've been to a lot of the meetings. I know a lot of the people that have retired, but I have a pretty good understanding of the way Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks works. I'm not representing anybody but the simple hunters of Montana.
Scott.
Public land should be for the public. They should not keep us off our land and make profit off of it. There should be, the gentleman before said, crossing gates. There's one at Sweetgrass where you can walk from one corner to the other without traversing any private property. This is a simple cut and dried thing for the people who work here in Montana, pay taxes here in Montana. We recreate in Montana. That is our number one thing about living in Montana, is being able to access our property. And I realize that they rent this and they have their cattle on there and they have a feeling that they own the land. Well, we own the land. We all own the land equally. We should all have access to that land equally. As more and more the rich get richer, they want to impose certain things on the rest of us that we cannot financially fight them with. This needs to be fought by a right and wrong. And it doesn't, the word fight doesn't even need to be there, because it's right for the hunters and the fishermen of the state of Montana to be able to access our state and federal lands without any repercussions whatsoever. I think we're good to the landowners here in Montana. I left Texas because of what Texas had become. If I wanted to hunt, I had to pay thousands of dollars a year just to recreate. I moved to Montana in 1988 so I could do that. I've already fought this battle once before in Tudai with access to state land. And it was a hard, long fought battle. Finally, the access to the Crazy Mountains was opened. Nobody got hurt over this. This is a cut and dried, very simple thing. They want to keep us out so they can make money off of that land. The people in this state need to be able to recreate on public land, both national and state. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate everybody, but it needs to come to a point. People need to understand that private land is private. They can do whatever they want with their land, but they can't do whatever they want with public land. Thank you for hearing me.
Scott, can you give me your last name, please, and spell it?
Gibbs, Gibbs.
Did you get it?
And
I'm sorry.
And I live in Plentywood. I live in Plentywood now, but I lived in Kalispell for 30 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name. I'm spelling.
That's okay. Gibbs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
Yeah, and from
All right.
Plentywood.
All right, thank you.
All right, next is Gino.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got to Gina.
Okay, my first name is Gino, Geno. My last name is Savini, Savini, and I was on yesterday. Much more prepared today. I want to thank you guys again for the opportunity for allowing us to comment and hear you guys' discussion. I was only able to catch bits and pieces the last couple days, but it's very nice to see groups coming together trying to build a consensus. That's very important. So I prepared a statement today. I'll keep it as concise as possible. It'll take me a few minutes based on yesterday and today, but I'd like to start off my background first. I'm representing myself out of Billings, Montana. My family has owned and operated a ranch since 1863. I'm a certified crop advisor, certified arborist, qualified range manager through the Series 0454, certified pesticide applicator, pest control advisor, and a public land enthusiast. So I see a lot of these issues from both sides and have dealt with landowners, private landowners, my family, all that in regards to some of these issues. First, I'd like to kind of hit a couple facts that kind of base my comments off of is as of right now, there is no law on the books or state law in Montana where corner crossing is illegal and that no one's been convicted of trespassing. And another fact is there's just as much public land and public airspace that touch at a corner as there is private land and private airspace. So I keep that in my mind as I formulate my thoughts. Next, private property rights are developed through legal policy. So between landowners, FWP, anyone else, we don't have the legal authority on developing property rights and public access. It's a legal policy issue. In the state of Montana, it's my burden as the public to understand if I am on public land or not. It is not the landowner's responsibility to post their land or for them to say, hey, you're not on that land. With that, if I'm on private land, we have a system through our justice system where it is criminal trespass and I can be charged, and we go through a fact pattern to charge me for that. So that is already the responsibility of the public. So I don't quite understand with local law enforcement how that's an issue. The next topic, to lobby and push policymakers to make corner crossing illegal because landowners don't want the public on public lands because of one bad apple is irrational. It's a strong word. Landowners lease public ground for their own economic benefit from the public. Private landowners have to follow either a code, contract, usually not to overgraze, damage soil health, prevent soil erosion, and among other things that we worry about with the land. Not every landowner farms and or takes care of the ground in that manner, as there's always bad apples in every crowd. So with that principle, we do not see the public pushing for revoking all leasing opportunities of public land for unethical private landowner and leases. The ethics argument is a two-way street and it works on principle both ways. No 100% of private landowners act with good moral standards, and same for the public. If we managed anything in this state, life, or anything based on hypotheticals, we would never be able to do anything because you'd always have to account for every bad actor in every group. And just to reiterate, to lobby for restriction of public on public lands because of a few bad apples just does not appear rational, and it can easily be turned around and flip sides. Out of empathy, I understand as a private landowner that their land is more valuable where their land is only accessible by the private landowner, and that it usually allows for more public wildlife to be on that and less hunting pressure in scenarios. It is also less of a hassle to maintain that land that you lease because there are less users on the property. But that's not a given right when owning private land and leasing public land that is legally accessible to public land via corner crossing. The last point I want to address is as a taxpayer and hunter, public access programs should financially benefit private landowners for private land access only, not legally accessible public land via corner crossing by stepping only from public to public. As the public, 330 million Americans are the largest landowners and stakeholders in this debacle that to me doesn't appear to need to be a debacle. Private landowners, FWP, etc., don't have the authority or legality to stop someone from legally accessing public land if it's legally accessible. Enacted laws and law enforcement have that authority, and that's their job. To wrap up, it's very clear there needs to be a defined legal definition of corner crossing and parameters via court system. As is a corner a 4-inch square, a 6-foot square, airspace, how high airspace goes. it's very clear that there needs to be a definition before moving forward. And then lastly, to wrap up, as with life, there are hard things. Surveying corners would take work. Reaching a consensus takes work. But as a country founded 250 years ago, it was built on hard work and everyone's individual rights. To cop out because of hard work is not the Montana and American way. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. Very grateful that you guys put this on and allow us to listen. Hope you guys have a great day.
Mr. Savini.
Next is Josh Hamblin.
Afternoon, Chair and Committee. I am Josh Hamblin. I'm from Great Falls, Montana, and my last name is Hamblin. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me on my input on such a sensitive topic today. I've watched and listened consistently these past few days, and from what I've gathered, is everybody wants to come to an agreement. However, I want this committee to remember that more than just Montanans like myself are watching. All eyes are on this topic right now across the entire West. You are not going to make everybody happy. This is such a sensitive topic that it can not only affect Montana's lands, but potentially millions of acres across the West. We're not asking for a highway through these corners by any means, simply a 6 square foot section, and that's being generous to say the least. That's 0.000138 of an acre. That is potentially blocking 628,000 public land acres. For decades, the common sportsmen like myself have always felt the local government has favored the private landowner over the publics. We have always felt like the private landowners with deep pockets have a louder voice than us. For example, in 2025, I hunted a BMA that had a section that was only accessible via corner crossing. A warden bumped into me, and after a short conversation, he bluntly told me not to do that. So why is it that the landowner has the benefit of having those sections on their BMA, but I can't hunt it, nor can I access that? The warden told me, and I'm quoting here, we must have added that to help him out, and him being the landowner. Not to mention that the public will always find a way to access the land that is rightfully theirs. So what's stopping me or any other individual from renting a bush plane or a helicopter pilot to fly us into the land that we have rights to? I don't think that's something that the public land, or the private landowners want. So if they're that worried about the public trespassing or trashing those areas, why hasn't the public trespassed or trashed those areas already? What's going to change? You're giving the public more access, not less. I would also like to point out that one deer, elk, or antelope is killed for every 2.5 miles of fence due to entanglement, and one fawn or calf is killed per mile of fence through starvation or exposure because they can't cross the said fence. Have you considered that potentially opening these corners might mitigate those fatalities as well and increase the wildlife populations? So why not create something like a type 3 BMA? Just kind of spitballing here, some sort of a class or sign-in box at those corners that are needed to be crossed. And so that way you can hold the persons responsible, not the people. All gates and locks do is keep honest people honest. Criminals and degenerates are going to do what they want regardless of any rule or regulation that is put into place. So you see those zigzag walk-through gates that at some trailheads. Why not something along the lines of that? That way you keep people with motorized use in it. You stop them from doing that, and it's just foot traffic only. And I've heard the word compensation thrown out a lot today. And the private landowners are requesting compensation for these corners, but it's public land. So where's the public's compensation for limiting the public access for so many years? That compensation should be allowing the public to access their own land. Now, I don't have money to purchase private land, so why should those who have deep enough pockets to purchase land get to decide what happens to the land that I can't afford, which is the public's land? I would love to see and potentially help coordinate a public volunteer program to help install the assets at said corners. We need to come together as Montanans to come to a solution where everybody feels happy with the end result. Leave greed at the door, but unfortunately that doesn't seem to be the case for everybody. Compensation should not be a deciding factor. I ask that this committee remember that the public's rights matter just as much as the private landowners' rights. I thank each and every one of you for your time in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Handel.
Who is he representing?
Himself.
No. Okay.
Next is Dan B.
Hello, Dan Brennan. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So it's Dan Brennan, BRENNAN, and I'm just representing myself. I was raised in Montana and I hunt as much as I can. 100%, almost 100% of the time I'm on public land. So I do get on for antelope hunting. I do get on some BLM and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys offering that for us. When Wyoming made it legal to corner cross, I thought to myself, I wonder what Montana does for that. So I looked it up. I was able to find a Montana Access Guide to Federal and State Lands. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but it was prepared by the Montana State and Federal Land Management Agency, a publication of Montana Interagency Access Council. And down there it says, for information on cost and distribution of this public document, contact FWP. So that's what I went on. And when you read it in there, there is about corner crossing. And it says the patterns, it says it's just not recommended and get landowners' permission. So when the director at FWP came out and said it was illegal, I called FWP legal department and said, hey, I'm looking at this Montana Access Guide dated 2018, and it sounds like, are you updating that to make it illegal? And they didn't know about it, so I sent it to them because we couldn't find it online anymore. So I emailed it to them, and they said that was pretty interesting. But then when it originally came out in 2001, it said checkerboard patterns is not considered legal in public access. So that same document in 2001 says it was illegal, but then in 2018 it came out and said it's just not recommended. So I got a little confused about that, but it's a good document. If you haven't read it, there's 13 agencies in there: DNRC, BLM, Forest Service, FWP, and it does talk about, one gentleman talked about educating the public, and in there it talks about picking up your litter, close gates, and then what property rights for the leasee on public land is, and access. So that guide's pretty interesting. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention that there is a guide out there, but apparently it's outdated because first it was illegal, then sounds like it was not recommended, and now it's illegal. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I did get a hold of FWP and I sent it to the director and legal to take a look at it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
The last hand I see, Chair, is Nicole.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Nicole Hayes, Nicole, last name Hayes. I want to start by apologizing because I have been in meetings and phone calls and I just heard my name and hung up on someone because I think it's really important that if you give the public a chance to comment, that they do comment. I truthfully have not been able to listen today because I've been working like a lot of other, like normal Montana people that are working people that just want to access public land. So I think that this is recorded. So tonight I'll go back and watch it. I would have been on yesterday, but I didn't even find out about this until last night. So I'm not representing anyone besides myself, my family, and my friends that access public land in Montana. And since I did not hear the discussion, I don't want to say anything that you have already all talked about or anything like that. I just want to stress that the importance of public being able to access public land. And if we can do that by corner crossing, I don't see why there would be an issue for stepping from public land to public land. I briefly was listening about like compensating landowners for like allowing a place for people to walk. I don't want to act like I know something that I don't because I don't, but I live in Belgrade behind the airport and I see the airport when they need more land, they just take it and they pay people for it, but they take it because they can. I see when a road needs to be extended, they just take it because they can. So I'm just confused why, like, well, if you bought private land that borders public land, it should just be a given that you're going to have to allow public to access it. You made the choice to buy the private land that borders public land. That's really great for you. I wish I was in a position to do that. I think that's a wonderful, thing that, like, good for you. Now your land borders public land and you have so much more access, but it should just be a given that you have to allow the public to access that land. You made the choice to buy the private land that borders the public land. It comes with the responsibility of, people are going to have to access that. I'm going to stop there because I feel like I'm repeating myself and I feel like I sound really unintelligent based on other people that were speaking. Again, thank you so much for having this. I'm sorry I did not listen. I have to work. I can't take a full day off to listen to this, unfortunately, but I will listen tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
I don't see any other chairs or any other hand in the chair.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. I did want to point out, just in response to Mr. Farron. Or if I do that, okay, I just want to make one point. In regards to the block management access corridor, if that had been created where it didn't require commission approval, we certainly could have included that today in the potential solution for this question. So I just want to make that point you and I have talked about, and that's that. Okay. Comment.
How can we help Clinton come out with a press release for the Billings Gazette?
I think he's capable of that.
No, I think
just with that feedback. Anybody have any kind of conclusive thoughts? I would just throw out, we talked a little bit about the other stakeholders and some of these groups, and I don't know, it would be interesting to possibly gain some of that support that might have been offered for signs, ladders. I don't know if that means gates too, but maybe that's an opportunity to gain some of that cooperation in this regard. That was brought up and it will be in the notes. That was one thing that caught my attention. It's really great comments. And I think that's the interesting dynamic we have it today, and we have 100 plus years ago. And I think that's really what brought us to this point, is where we're at today, and how we go forward in a productive way in Montana. So I see Dave has his hand up.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on the gate situation and whatnot. It's one thing to have it put in, but who maintains it through the years when the posts are out off and whatnot like that? Who is responsible for that?
Sure. Thanks, Dave. Okay. So we're up to home reports unless anybody has any additional business within. Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Schroeder.
step into this. I understand. I'm going to say there's a lot of cultural, local pride in a lot of these places, but it's nothing. No one really brought these up. There are a couple of days here. This thing. We're talking about access. You're talking about public lands to figure this out. I know there's over 200,000 acres of public land that is under some kind of game preserve status. And I only bring it up because Quentin and I went through this with the upper Gallatin closed area that's closed to legal hunting for 80 years. And then it's now open and probably one of the most sought after elks for Michigan State, let's say. But I think there's some other places in Montana that might offer some opportunity that way that really have surprising to me that it hasn't. And so, so games observed over 200,000 acres where no legal hunting has occurred since 1912 or 1913. It served a purpose way back then, but maybe it's just something that I thought for really trying to fight for this public land, access to public hunting. That's probably that hasn't been talked about. So I just bring it up. It's time to relook at some of these places. Try to figure some things out there. That's if the public has, yes, the desire to be
So Greg, these are primarily preserves at this point in time?
Well, they were either state, county planted preserves where back in the day when we were trying to recover big game populations, they served as a refuge. And kind of a place where these populations could begin to help flourish and expand. It's a lot of these, the Senator example, it's actually established, I think, when you tell me if I'm wrong, like 1912, 1913. 200,000 acres. Obviously, some of it's remote, it's underneath the Chinese wall down in the North Fork of the Sun River, and the South Fork of the Sun River, but it's a huge chunk of public land where we had no legal hunting there for over 100 years. So, anyway, why that didn't come up just when we're fighting for every acre. Let's bring it up.
I'm not familiar, I don't know, others might be, I mean, is that a standalone? Or would there be others potentially?
Yeah, I don't know statewide. If you care about that, I know there's some others here or there, and that have kind of been resolved over time, like there's smaller refuges that are maybe more county adapted or adopted back in the day. They still exist. And again, a lot of those kinds of places like Lincoln Bryas or Sprinkler Bush are really a big local interest in the generation that established those had a lot of pride in that. And so it's very difficult to remove those even after the use of those or the need for those is kind of made. So it's we're talking about access to public land, just throw.
Yeah. Maybe we can make that note to look into it.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
I'd like to add a note, and I'm not really sure how to. It's really just, we need to keep our eye on that $40 million that is earmarked to purchase lands. You know, I know some folks are against purchasing more lands for the state, but if they're selling off our lands and we've got this savings account for $40 million, we need to look at how are we purchasing those lands and getting some of those lands back for public access. So I just want to make a note that 40 million exists.
Well, let's put those two on an inquiry for one of the next meetings.
$40 million, is that in the Yeah, access one, but remember the one they started, like, so really required conservation, by ranches. So what was this set up?
I believe it's the land banking program through the NRC.
Oh, okay.
So, and holdings that sell small trucks.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
We're going around the horn with, no, oh, yeah, I will add a couple comments if you may.
Okay.
Sure. Really good discussion, everybody. Thank you. I know my opinions aren't yours, and I value everybody's perspective and position. And it really does help shape me. I also appreciate the fact that we do let these things simmer for quite a while. At first, when I first started doing this, maybe was expecting things to be done quicker, and so I appreciate the process now. And I know that's tough for some people to understand that. So I just want to put that I do appreciate that. This issue of corner to corner is obviously it's very top of mind for a lot of people, and I would say it's top of mind for people that I didn't expect it to be top of mind for. And what I mean by that is the last couple of weeks I spent a lot of time on the phone chatting with folks and chatting with people that are actually landowners, or they are sons, granddaughters, they're heirs of that land. So what that ranch used to be, as Montana changes hands, we see those 4, 5, 6 generation landowners sell that property. People who used to be heirs to those lands now are realizing that they are no longer going to have that access that they thought they would have or generationally would have. And it's been really interesting to see people that I know that are part of big ranches, small ranches who are affected by this corner to corner piece be really much more pro corner access than I expected. And so as we continue to shape this and do this, keep that in mind as we change hands of these lands. There's more people that used to be directly connected to us that are now being disconnected, and it's only going to be more important for the state of Montana and the public in Montana to have access to their public land. So appreciate the discussion, and I just want to make sure I shared that insight from some of my conversations this past couple of weeks. Maybe we'll count that at the beginning of your homework. That can be my home report. Yes, Eric, you don't have anything for that. This is very important. I'll add that again. We talked about it earlier. What we're doing here today could have ramifications, so that when somebody's talking about, remember, but that great Jordan guy back at 18 and whatever, it could be that, right? It could be that impactful. No, okay, thanks, Drew. Rich.
Yeah, I think, we were tasked with a pretty big job here the last couple of days. I mean, it ended up being a lot more discussion than I anticipated. Like we all kind of everything, but yeah, this is a big contentious issue. I thought we did a fantastic job. Good people here, good comments. Everybody kind of was very respectful, which I appreciated. The only thing I feel like, in a perfect world, I know it's impossible, but I wish this back room was filled with landowners, and I know, no way, it's impossible, but they are such a big part of all this, and they have, I feel like there's just a small voice there, and we're trying to. I mean, I'm gonna leave here and I'm gonna talk to landowners, and they're gonna guess me, and we're gonna be talking about it. That's my own thing. I wish we could have more landowner involved in this. We're trying to do the best we can. But that said, it was an excellent 2 days. I'm very pleased with how it went. I feel good about it. As far as what else, home report, whatever, we got a lot of rain and it's fantastic. So All is well. One thing I looked at my phone a couple times, and there's a lot of negative stuff coming out on social media right now. And I'm always a little bit leery as to how, I mean, my instinct is to respond because so many people are throwing out things that aren't true. And I find myself holding back from the response and getting people riled up, but it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, we're doing our best, and I thought we did an excellent job, and I'm happy to be a part of the process and appreciate everybody in this room and the commentators. That's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Rich. Cindy.
Gabe, what you do about him? Okay, you're out of it. My whole report that, well, we all know about the meeting here today, but, I want to thank, the committee and FWP for review of the Heritage Fishing Access Funding. That will help the fishing projects that we have already out there in the landscape. I want to reiterate that we are working with FWP, Tribe Unlimited, George Grant, and others for dam irrigation work on the Big Hole, Jeff, and Boulder rivers for fishing access. It's essentially what it does is it cools the rivers and puts the warmer water in the irrigation. That's what it does. I have to say that there is some concern about the new proposed land board management board setup where DNRC will no longer have the capability to say no to a project. It will be decided by the land board. And there's no public comment on that change. As there normally is, there's no big public comment on that change to the land board. So this is, people are a little edgy about that. Because what it might do is allow the board to essentially sell the land off without input. So that's why there's concern. That's it.
Thank you, Cindy. Chris?
Skip Dale.
No. You want me to come back to?
I just, yeah, we got a good couple of days. I just, think people should, see the world the way other people see the world, and put yourself in other people's situation. And, through their eyes and see the way they see things, because we're from different cultures and really and different heritages and different backgrounds, the way we grew up and stuff. And so everybody's going to see things differently. And I think it's important. And sometimes we get pretty strong with opinion. Our opinions are pretty strong and the way we see things. And I think the older you get, the more you try to see it differently and understand. So yeah, thank you for the last 2 days and everybody's comments.
Yes. Mr. Jordan.
I just appreciate the time spent with all of you, and then it kind of highlights the fact that our relationship is sort of a mirror of what we're trying to support and encourage, with this whole issue of balance about relationships. I appreciate all of yours. Getting to know you a little more. I appreciate the work that we did the last couple of days, and I wanted to thank Region 6 for hosting our little weed infested rear ends here from Russell, Montana. But appreciate it, bring all the way here. And Well, I said it's still raining there, so it's great news. While you're up out of high waters. They're that. Spoken out, thanks.
You did have to remind us about Napoli, Missoula, didn't you? No, I'm gonna go to Mr. Paul, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've enjoyed this meeting. It's been interesting. I hope we can come up with some solutions. I hope that even though I don't take a side on this corner crossing issue, I just must say that these negative attacks on everybody through social media is not doing anybody any good. They are very vindictive and a lot of the information is not true. I think that especially the attacks on landowners, and I wish we could get a way to have more input from them on this council. So with that being said, I appreciate it. I wish I could be with you guys today, but for the last couple of days, but it wasn't possible. But thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm gonna speak for Everett. No. So we'll go to Dave.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I couldn't make this meeting, but being a rancher, sometimes you're just tied up with a lot of things. It was very, very informative, especially to somebody that's kind of naive on a lot of this stuff. A little bit of the activity that's happened in Region 7. We got 1.9 inches of rain over the weekend, and it was much, much needed. It probably come too late to save the dryland hay, but it will make more grass for the fires. One thing I wanted to bring up, the spring bear season has ended now in Region 7 because they filled the quota, and they filled the quota before the season was over with. I think the department needs to look at raising the quota. And another thing that the department is doing that I disagree with, they want to put in a quota on female mountain lions for Region 7. Our mule deer numbers are already very, very low, and I don't feel this is the time they're trying to increase the number of mountain lions, and I don't feel that this is the time to increase the lions. They've had a low harvest of lions in the last several years, but it's not because of lack of lions, it's because of the snow conditions. And if the deer numbers were like they were in 1985, I could see absolutely raising the number of mountain lions. The elk damage continues. I've been trying to get a herder for the last 2 months from the snail place pace department, and have not heard nothing lately, so I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I guess that's all I have for now.
All right, thank you, Dave. Mr. Tribby.
Like Dave said, wet in our country, and I saw reports that came out from Fish, Wildlife and Parks this past week that's stating the mule deer population both in northeast and southeast Montana had increased over last year, which it sure should have, because they certainly should not have had much winter kill. I had deer come into my house on a daily basis this winter, and they never had that ratty look to them until maybe when they're shedding their hair, but they really look good, start seeping fawns in the ground. And was real concerned about the impact of birds, but this rain could make a huge difference in terms of nesting success. So all is good on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale. Donna?
I'm here. Sometimes it takes a minute for my buttons to go. Yeah. And the good thing is none of those were pushed today. So Yeah, I thought it was a great meeting. You know, years ago, this council was developed with this in mind, that when you put sportsmen, landowners, and outfitters in a room, and we can sit down and civilly discuss matters and come to suggestions and solutions, we're covering a lot of different aspects and viewpoints of Montana. So I'm very proud to be a part of this council, and was very pleased with the outcome and the way things were handled over the last 2 days. So still hoping for more rain up here in the Ruby Valley, but it's getting green and it's beautiful right now. And hopefully we don't have a busy fire season, but yeah, other than that, that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Donna. Stephanie.
Rain is good. We look like we got quite a bit. And I think one of the most important things that has not been said yet, speaking of negativeness, it's election day. So all of this stuff tomorrow, and more flyers, negative mailers. But on that note, your most important voice is the vote. So get out there, talk to your elected officials and vote. That's a big thing. That's all.
Okay.
Oh, and thank you guys. You guys did amazing, and thank you guys for listening. It was great.
Yeah.
The building's great, and you guys, that's so.
So I'm only gonna give you one from home. I mean, this subject, as it's come up in the last week, has certainly been front and center and drawn all the interest, we all know. And I actually look forward to going back and commenting to folks personally about this couple days and the things I've seen internally and externally, and make that effort to help people figure out how to do a good job with it. I hope as a committee here in these 2 days we've been in the department some tools to deal with in this time between now and a decision and the legal questions, in an effort to create some cooperation and some benefit for everybody involved. We've heard a lot of good, I think, opinions from the public. Some were very clear and very helpful. And I appreciate that. I think we were all a little braced for a little more of a storm there. And it shows that when you speak in person, you speak respectfully. And when you don't have to be contained by respect. And as we go forward with all these programs, that's the thing it takes to have the success in the programs, is that respect. And, when you look at our general communication in this department, it's up to us to respect, access the message, right? And certainly the people that communicate with us do that for the most part in a respectful way. So I hope we've been able to put something together helpful, and as a good beginning, I look forward to that continued effort. And I'll end with this. I have these great horned owls. We live in Ponderosas, and I've got these great horned owls. And years ago, I'd see all these little owlets, and we'd go up and honor them. And wow, it's just really cool. And my grandkids could see an owlet right up there and look at, what do you call it when they puke out their food pellets? I mean, it's like, whoa. And last year we had a problem. They weren't there, and they've got a great nest on the top of this 120-foot ponderosa pine, and they weren't there. I discovered it was my ignorance in knowing what ravens do to owls. And I heard all this ruckus and all these ravens, just all kinds of, they have more voices than any human does. And so I go up there and discovered that, they beat them up pretty bad. So this year, the owlets are in. Just the other day before I left, I went up there and heard all the ravens, and one owl was on the ground. And so I went up with the only thing I know, and that's a can of bear spray to whack the ravens, and they just won't get that close. So I don't know if any of you have any solutions that's legal, but I'm really disappointed that the Ravens are picking on the Owls. I don't know, I'm just shocked at how damn bad the Ravens are to the Owls. I thought they was the same neighborhood.
We actually had this exact same thing happen in our neighbor's tree. The Ravens picked on the owls and
Yeah.
ever since.
Like, oh my gosh, you just get along. Anyways, I don't mean to make fun of the realities of people's personalities, but yeah, that's my latest home report is the beautiful.
I'm surprised with a great one now and I, and they're big predator. Big challenge, I mean, why can't they do that? Raven.
I was watching them and the mom had her wing completely covering the owlets. I don't know how many there were this time, but if you get high enough up, you can see in there. And then when they get really pestered, like the male's flying around, trying to call them off into different, and he's the little guy, into different distractions, but hey, that's enough. So again, I want to thank all of you guys for your deliberate efforts. Everybody online, public comments, the department, again, hosting us here at Region 6. It's been great to get up here. We get to go do a field tour here. For those of you that are able to do that, we look forward to it. It's still a little bit of sunshine out there. And I'm pretty sure Lee said later on, we can all go to his place for a ditch. And if you don't know what that is, if you don't know what a ditch is, wait.
With cube water. I suggest.
And if they're not leaving until tomorrow morning, that'll offer include breakfast. All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
You should be.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, no.